and welcome to the Startup World Cup Austria. I'm Daniel, your friendly host, and in the many months before this wild time, your ancestors used to have this wild tradition that when people would enter the stage in order to start their part, you would put your hands together in the rhythmical form, creating a sound we used to call clapping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I would say on a scale from 1 to 10, that was about a 3.5. That was, I know you're not used to it. Here's the deal. When someone enters the stage, you applaud with a lot of joy and passion. That one's for free. And then it's up to you to decide if the person has performed well or not. Okay? It's the part where you nod. Oh, best audience ever. Really so good to be back. Fantastic. I'll just dump my opening words. Anyhow, I'm Daniel, slightly obnoxious, but you get the idea. I have the pleasure of hosting the Startup World Cup, obviously hosted by Pegasus Tech Ventures. And it's one of the largest pitch competitions in the world, if not the largest. More than 60 countries this year brought to you to Austria for the second time by the ARTI, which is the Austrian Angel Investors Association. I'm so happy I can memorize that name, incredibly complicated. And obviously also brought to you by Austrian startups. So far we've had 3 pre-events that have already been hosted in 4 different categories. We'll have 12 finalists pitching today, and all in all fighting for the ticket to the grand finale, which should take them to the Silicon Valley finals on September 30th to fight for an investment opportunity of $1 million. That's quite impressive, isn't it? Loving the energy. Anyhow, good. I know you're still all used to Zoom calls and stuff, sitting in your underpants and drinking coffee, but then again, this is live. Anyhow, to get someone on stage, actually 2 people on stage, to greet you a little more friendly than I did, because I just do all the flight attendant stuff. We'll get 2 people on stage who are way more qualified than I to do this. And one of them is Hanna Wunsam, who's the Managing Director of Austrian Startups, and the other is Laura Eck, who's Managing Director of the Austrian Angel Investors Association. You know, we talked about the applause. Let's hear it for the 2 of them. Hello.
Hello, also a very warm welcome from my side. I'm Hanna, Managing Director of Austrian Startups. Who of you knows Austrian Startups already? Nice, good job, good audience. We are a non-profit platform that fosters entrepreneurship in Austria. We have the beautiful vision to make entrepreneurship as common as skiing in Austria. And therefore, last year, together with AIA, we started the Startup World Cup series, where we went to 3 different places in order to find the best local pre-seed startups and bring them in front of the curtain. So today I'm very excited to see the pitches of our 12 finalists, and I'm super happy to be co-hosting together with AIA.
Yeah, hi everybody from my side. Really happy that we can do this year here again. Just something is different. We have an audience this year, which makes it more nicer, or it's way nicer to speak. And also I think it's better for the startup to present in front of an audience. Today, we are the AIA. It's a difficult word for something really easy, basically. We are the largest network for angel investors in Austria. Angel investors are not just giving money, they are giving their network, their know-how, and also their passion into the startups they're supporting. So also call to action for all the startups here in the room. Please reach out to investors today. Who is an investor in this room? Maybe you can just raise your hand that the startup know whom to talk to. Okay, good. Yeah, I just wish you all a great time. Enjoy the startups. Also enjoy and use the networking opportunities. And I'm handing back to Daniel. Thanks for being our host today.
Thank you very much. Give it up to the 2 ladies. That's the part where you applaud. Thank you so much. I like the explanation with your name, with the AAIA. I still find it super hard to announce it, AAIA, but I'll get there eventually. I've only just introduced them about 57 times so far. Anyhow, before we get into the midst of pitching, by the way, who of you is easily offended? Just checking. 100% of you have humor. That's amazing. Again, just checking. Actually, a couple of you are giggling. That's quite good so far. Before we get into the midst of the whole pitching part, we'd like to get one of the people behind this whole how should I say, global competition on stage to tell us a little bit about the whole thing, to talk about the intricacies of it, and that we get the right feeling for it. So without any further ado, here he is from Pegasus Tech Ventures, Michail Lapidus. Welcome on stage. Hello, good to see you. Hey.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you, hey. So tell us, Pegasus Ventures, what do you guys do?
Yeah, so Pegasus Tech Ventures is a global conference and competition. We are holding this event in more than 70 countries around the world, where startups are competing for the main prize of $1 million of investments. And we're gonna host a grand finale event where startups from regional events are going to compete with each other.
Thank you so much. You just say good to see me again. It's good because it's the second time you're here again. Tell us why are you doing this? Why the Startup World Cup?
We are decided to create this initiative to promote innovation, entrepreneurship, and to give startups an opportunity to pitch in front of most prominent and famous investors in the world. And we have actually talked to startups, and they think that participating in such events is an opportunity to be heard and listened, and most importantly, to draw attention to the problem they're trying to solve.
Cool. And how did this whole thing start?
Well, we have actually started in 2016 from 16 cities participating. Next year, there were already 28 cities, and we have ended previous cycle with 35 countries. As I mentioned before, this year we are planning to have this event in more than 70 countries around the world, and this number is going to grow next year, I suppose. So yeah, this is the numbers and how it's going so far.
So no pressure for next year. So more than 70, 100, or what's your guess next year?
Applicants are growing, and the number of applications are like enormous from month to month in each country. So I think it could be easily be 100. Maybe not next year, but in 2 years, easily.
I mean, now we've said already it's been held in several countries over the last years. What are some past highlights, some things where you look back and are like, wow, that was crazy? Yeah,
so in 2017, there were a company from Japan called Unifa. After they have won our competition, they have successfully grew their revenue to $30 million, and they have expanded their operations. And this year, Unifa is going on an IPO on Tokyo Stock Exchange. In 2018, there was an MIT-based company from US called Leucolabs. They've been developing a solution for monitoring cancer patients. After they have won our competition, they have successfully raised another funding round and currently are on their way to the next level. In previous cycle in 2019, there was a company from Vietnam, and they have also won our competition, and they have expanded their operations into several countries and also raised another funding round, including $1 million of investments from Pegasus.
Sweet, thank you. And maybe also some outlooks on some of the speakers or judges you've had in the past?
Yeah, every year we are working and trying to invite most prominent and famous experts in the industry. So previous years we've been working with Steve Wozniak from Apple, Adam Chair, Ralph Randolph. We have been working with a lot of experts, and we have also invited this year a lot of speakers. Steve Wozniak is also among them, and there are also going to be some very famous people. We are not actually allowed to name them before they accept their invitation, but it's going to be insane. Yeah.
Now, you kind of already pointed it out a bit, but maybe just tell us a bit about the grand finale, what's going to happen there, and size and whatnot.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 3-day event. We expect that this year it's going to happen in late September. The first day it's going to be semifinals, because when companies are winning their competition in their country, they have to compete with other semifinalists in Silicon Valley. After that, there going to be a day with networking parties, and on September 3rd, there's going to be grand finale event. Yeah.
Got it. And if they win, just talk us through what's the after party going to be like? What's the expectation you have towards them?
Well, actually, most of the time, this is like some sort of a dinner where people can meet Pegasus team. Each participant from regional events have an opportunity to meet with Pegasus Tech Ventures team, especially with our very own Bill Reichard. He's an investor from Pegasus, and he will actually be giving on this party and on these networking events his tips to startups on how to impress Silicon Valley investors. And this is all about the Startup World Cup. On these events, you can actually get an access to people who can change your life by giving an advice. It is especially important for startups on an early stage. Like some tip of advice can like change their whole life.
Nicely put. So no pressure on the teams pitching today, but we're expecting greatness, right?
Yeah, actually it was very hard to vest and to source companies from Austria because it was like enormous number of applicants. So today's companies and startups which are going to pitch today, they are really strong, like each one of them. So I wish them all good luck.
Thank you so much, Michail. Pleasure seeing you again.
Thank
you so much. Have a good one. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, so no pressure on you lot, but it's a great opportunity. And to get the right vibe, we have a video coming up. However, this is from 2021 because last year couldn't take place. Well, you know the reasons. Let's roll the video. Let's take a look.
Who's paying for it? Why do your competitors win?
Welcome to the Startup World Cup.
Entrepreneurs with more information that will help them.
We've been through the broadband revolution.
We unveiled this new innovation. They are so innovative, and they bring that innovation.
What we're doing was finding young entrepreneurs.
Sweet. So that gives us an understanding what this whole thing is on about. Like that camera down there, by the way. And again, it was 2021 due to obvious reasons of last year. Before we get to meet the jury now, you lot, we do have one more video coming up from the Federal Minister of Digital and Economic Affairs, Martin Kocher. Let's have a look what he has to say.
Dear founders, dear startup community, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the final event of the Startup World Cup Austria 2022. Congratulations to the teams that have made it to the finals. I am positive that very exciting business ideas will be presented today. Be they in the category of Digital Health and BioTech, or in Fin and InsurTech, or in tackling the social and climate challenges of our future. Participating in the Startup World Cup is a unique opportunity to put not only your innovative ideas, but also the whole Austrian startup ecosystem on the global map. As an innovative company, you act as a driver for economic growth. This is extremely valuable for the future of Austria. I'm eager to see who will represent Austria at the global startup competition in the Silicon Valley. I wish you the best of luck and an exciting final. Dear founders, dear startup community,
Yeah, well, doppelt hält besser. In that sense, give it up for him. Thank you very much. He will feel that applause because applause always feels great. And again, it's just to show the importance of this whole undertaking. By the way, there's a great report on the whole importance of startups on the Austrian ecosystem, which you might want to read because it really shows us what this whole thing is on about. Before we get to meet the jury, however, we do have a slide on the sponsors, because without our great sponsors, this day would not be possible. And obviously, big thanks to all the ones involved. Obviously, it's the WKO, the FFG, and Microsoft, A1, and of course also ONP, and many others who make this day possible. So big thanks for that. And now, let's talk about the rules. We heard already today that we'll have 12 startups pitching. All of them are given 3 minutes. They're from 4 different categories, and the best thing is, our jury gets to decide, but they need your help and your vote to guide them. We'll be using a tool called Slido. We'll show you in a second how that works, but do understand we need your opinion on this because your opinion counts. 3 minutes, plus like half a sentence. If they go overboard, we'll cut them off. Here's today's agenda. So yes, you kind of see what's happening. We're starting off with digital health and biotech, and then we'll move on to smart cities, and so on. The rest you can read because I don't want to bore you with that. Now, without any further ado, let's meet the jury, and we'll start with the head of startup services at the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. That's a long title you have, Canvas. Good to meet you. Tell us who you are and what you do. Hey, Canvas.
You should stand up. Or
yeah, okay. How you feel? I think it would be good.
So, hello, everyone. My name is Canvas. It's great to have you here. It's like we have been looking forward to this moment for some years now. It's the first time we're gathering so many people, so we welcome you. I'm very glad to host also and partner with the Startup World Cup during the Vienna Up. So we will have a lot of great events until the end of the week. So keep meeting and go to the events, attend the events. And yeah, we have here the best of the best in Austria, and looking forward for the pictures. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Greet him if you like. Thank you. And let's continue with the head of startup services at the FFG, Werner Müller. There he is. Hello, Werner.
Hi, nice to meet you. After 3 pre-events, now it's days of the finals. I had the pleasure to be in the jury during all the events, so I've seen all the startups already, so the quality is high. We've seen then also a lot of them in our FFG services, so a lot of them received funding from the FFG. We found startups with more or less 80 million euros per year. And yeah, looking forward, who's going to be the winner taking part at the Pegasus finals afterwards in the US.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's continue with the project manager at Microsoft for Startups, Pascal Gabrieli.
Hello, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Pascal Gabrieli, and I'm responsible for Microsoft for Startup. And I'm also happy to be part in the final. I also was on the 3 pre-events already, so I already know some startups, or all of them. I'm also happy to see some startups that are also in our program. And to get a little knowledge about our program, we managed to make a little video of the startup program and would be happy to share it.
Indeed, let's do that. Thank you. I love the way the audience was in awe, because sometimes it's great to have music and sometimes even better without music, and everyone's like, wow, that was perfect. Thank you very much for that. Well done. Thank you so much. Obviously that was intentional. And let's continue with the innovation manager at A1 Startup Campus, Claudia Panozzo.
So,
hi.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Claudia Panozzo from the A1 Telekom Austria Group. I'm responsible for the A1 Startup Campus, a well-established program for startups, especially in the early stage within the A1 Austria team. And I'm looking forward to meet you all, to talk with you. So please come, let's exchange a little bit. We are always looking for great innovations to bring them to the corporate world. So looking forward to meet you after that.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud. Thank you. and the Managing Director at ONP, Franz Daim. Hello.
Hi everybody, my name is Franz Daim. I'm running the Financial Innovation Hub of the Austrian National Bank. We are looking for innovations in the financial industry, especially in the payment industry. So if anybody has an idea or running into an idea, please just give us a call. And I'm pretty much looking forward to what's coming up today.
Thank you very much. Good to meet you. So we'll start with the first block of pitching. Again, 3 minutes time to pitch. And then obviously we'll have the Q&A part with them, and then you also get to vote. We'll be using Slido, we'll be showing you how that should be done shortly, and we'll have a short slide that'll show you how that works. So have your opinion. We'll vote after the first three. I know that's complicated, but it's going to be super easy. So after the first three startups, which are all in the category Digital Health and BioTech, then we get to vote. So far, so good. Let's continue with the first team, and they're called Revive. Revivee, let's see. This is the part where you applaud again. We greet them with the benefit of doubt. Hello, good to see you. There's your mark. Let's have a look. Those are your slides. You're ready, and whenever you're ready to go, the stage is yours.
So, good afternoon. Imagine you're at the hospital and the doctor tells you you have a bacterial infection. You need to continue to stay at the hospital for the next weeks to get continuously antibiotics directly into the vein. Wouldn't you prefer to continue your treatment at home with the same efficacy and safety? Revive enables patients to do just that. Hospitals can be a dangerous place. Studies show that 4 out of 100 patients suffer from a hospital-acquired infection. In addition, during COVID, we realized that clinical capacity is limited and hospital treatment is expensive. For those reasons, we see a growing outpatient parenteral antibiotic treatment market, OPAT, so treatment with antibiotics directly into the vein outside the hospital. Unfortunately, current OPAT systems have major limitations. They require compounding, so someone needs to dissolve the antibiotic powder. Secondly, once in solution, the antibiotic starts degrading and home nurses need to visit frequently. Revive has overcome all those challenges. With our system, the patient only needs to click in once a day a drug cartridge, press the start button, and the device continuously prepares fresh solution, overcoming the stability problem and the need for frequent nurse visits. A 50% cost reduction due to home treatment, improved quality of life, and a lowered risk of hospital-acquired infections are only few of the multiple advantages of the Revive OPAT system. Pharmaceutical companies have already expressed their interest, and the system can be expanded to other molecules, for example, for cancer treatment as well. The main market is in the US, with already 1 million patients being treated per year in the OPAT system. Due to OPAT preference of patients and doctors, we target the $13 billion home infusion market. As already mentioned, competitive technology has major shortcomings, compounding, stability problem. With Revive, we have solved all those problems, providing for the first time a scalable system. To give you an idea, the 10-year sales for 9 antibiotic molecules, they make up a $3.8 billion market for selling the cartridges alone. We have developed a prototype together with Unilinz. However, IP is fully owned by Revive. The next steps are to finalize the prototype development and to file the second patent and to look for suitable development and commercialization partner in the US. We are a highly motivated female founding team with key expertise in pharmaceutical engineering, medical device engineering, and finance. Our medical advisory board features worldwide leading experts in the field of antimicrobial research and treatment. So they support our startup because we need solutions in the future to fight antimicrobial resistance. To finalize, treatment is
at this
wherever
point,
you
I'm
are.
going to have to cut you off. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Now, just to kind of get the rules clear, it is 3 minutes plus a sentence. That was 1.5 sentences because it's a good topic, but I'm not biased. Anyhow, Anyhow, let's find out what the jury has to say. That's the part where one of the 5 of you starts asking questions. You look interested. Go for it.
So, as I understood, it's some kind of Nespresso system for drugs and pharmaceutics. Is there already a certification process in several countries running, or so what is your stage of your solution?
So we are in prototype development, and the next stage is really to get the funding and to finalize prototype development prior going into full development.
And what are your major challenges in this stage right now to get into this next step?
To find really a good co-development partner, ideally based in the US, to run the whole development process. So that's the next major milestones and challenges.
Thank you. Any other questions?
How big is cost pressure?
So actually, that's a really good question. We have antibiotics, that's old molecules, and usually the price pressure is very high on antibiotics. However, we take from the value chain, from nursing costs, hospital stays away some money, so we can increase the price and have again a highly profitable market for old molecules.
Thank you, Claudia.
Who's usually your customer? Is it the hospital or the established medical doctor? So whom are you going to address?
It usually depends a little bit on the country. For example, in the United States, they have established home infusion centers and programs specifically from the hospitals to send patients home, and there we would directly target those hospitals and home infusion centers with our product.
Thank you. Any other questions? You're inhaling. You can ask 2 if you like.
So it's already patented, your prototype, or?
Yes, we have 1 patent in the PCT phase, and the second patent is just in preparation. It's at the moment written, and thanks to FFG for supporting this through the patent voucher. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? In 3, in 2, 1.5, 1, and we're done. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Thank you. Good. That was the first pitch. Let's continue on with the second, and that company is called Clir Technologies. I hope I got that right. He's nodding happily. Welcome on the stage, please. Thank you very much. Hey, you've got your marker, clicker. Microphone seems to work as well. Good. Wait, hang on. Do you hear it? Nope, sound's off. No, it's currently off. Can you just count for a second?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, we'll get the microphone fixed. You just continue on counting. No, don't worry. So while he's getting fixed, here's a pro tip I'd like to give you when pitching. Now, the funny thing is...
Test.
Okay, no pro tip. Good.
No pro tip? Okay.
No, I'll do it later on. I have to keep my trade secrets.
All right. Could have used it, maybe. All right.
Yeah, it's too late for you.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
Stage is yours, my friend. You won't need that.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Hi, my name is Andreas. I am CEO and founder of Clir Technologies, and I'd like to invite you to imagine something with me. Imagine you're out with friends, you're out with family, you're with your favorite people, and everybody's having fun and telling great stories, telling great jokes and laughing. But you can't take part in any of these conversations or laugh with your friends because you can't hear what they're saying. And that's a reality, a sad reality for millions of people who, like my brother, suffer from tremendous hearing loss. And like my brother, they are using very expensive hearing aids, but actually they are not using them because they can't separate from speech and noise, and thus the hearing aids just end up on the nightstand and are not being used. And that's the problem that we aim to tackle. We have developed an AI system that we call Clir Soundscape Engine, which we intend to license out to customers. This AI system is capable of incredible feats like separating speech from noise in real time, doing directional enhancement, and doing things like improving automatic speech recognition or sound classification to make your hearing aids adapt to the acoustic environment that you're in, or even your headphones. And speaking of different use cases, we are right now in the process of launching our first app using Clir Soundscape Engine, which is called Clir Voice. We're right now in the beta phase, so you can sign up for our beta testing today. And in the next few days, receive a link to download the app and test the AI speech enhancement in real time on your smartphone, if you have an iPhone. Speaking of use cases, furthermore, we have identified incredible market opportunities in very huge and quickly growing markets. One of them is hearing enhancement, which is what I just described to you with hearing aids, headphones. Imagine voice transparency for your AirPods. The other one is computer hearing, which goes which concerns with all the things like robots, autonomous cars, even things like Microsoft Teams and Zoom, online calls, where you could have a web call in a coffee shop and it feels like you're in a studio. Furthermore, we intend to license our products with a scalable pricing scheme that allows for our customers to adapt the costs to the value that they are actually bringing to their customers, to the end users. With regards to our competition, we are in this magic zone where we are able to offer super low latency AI, which means very little delay from when a sound is received by the microphone to when it's actually enhanced and reaches your eardrums, with high speech enhancement quality, outperforming all of our competitors in that area. Our unfair advantage to achieve this, first of all, is a Bluetooth low energy outsourcing. We use the smartphone's computing power to enhance audio that comes from your headphones or hearing aids. And we do that using a patented or patent-applied technology. Furthermore, we are planning to release our technology as a podcast post-production app that allows us to actually test the AI in the real world before we ship it to people who rely on this in their daily lives. Since podcast producers can finely tune what they're doing with the AI, we can actually see where it works and where it doesn't. And with regards to our team, just a quick mention, I'm very happy to have an amazing team. And I hope that I've been able to convince you that we are the clear choice for today. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Canvas.
More about your team.
Yeah, good question. Thanks. I'm joined by two incredible software developers, which you've seen on the slide earlier. I can navigate back, I think. Yes. We're a very international team. We are a very diverse team. We are right now covering all the capabilities that we need. And furthermore, we are joined by incredible advisors that support us in all the key areas.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? You're inhaling, go for it.
Regarding the microphones, is there a quality issue you have to target before, or can we use Clir with all the microphones we have, or is there a quality limit?
It's generally independent of the microphone you use. Yeah. Or what do you mean by quality limit?
Like, can I use every microphone?
Yeah. We are not we don't need super high quality microphones. We're actually the difference will be even better in low quality microphones, because then you just hear even more of a difference.
Thank you.
How will you distribute it, or how will you sell it via?
Our licensing, we will sell as an SDK, software development kit, that customers, like for example, headphone manufacturers, can incorporate into their own technology stack.
That's a B2B-ish thing.
That's B2B, yes. Right.
Yeah, that was more or less my question, because you were also targeting B2C with downloading your app. So what is your focus? It seems to be that there are several different business models. So
no, the business model is the licensing. The app Clir Voice is a B2C app, yes. That is the first proof of market for the licensing model, and that is to showcase what it can do and get it out into people's hands. And that's actually our fastest route to help people with hearing impairment, since the innovation cycle also in the hearing aid industry is incredibly long-lasting.
Okay. But the money you get from the development kits, not from the app or whatever. It seems that you download the app and you have to pay per use or whatever it is, or pay per month. But this is not your focus. Your focus is okay.
The focus is the development kit. Yes.
Thank you. Canvas again.
Some more difficult one. You mentioned that you're outperforming like competitors. How do you know this? Did you run tests or so? Because you say you're still in the beta phase.
Yeah, we have benchmarked our AI against competitors. We have basically recorded the competitors' performance by just like setting up a Zoom call between two computers, and instead of actually talking, we replaced the real microphone with a virtual one. So we pass audio through, we get it on the other side, perfectly clean, and clean in the sense of there's no microphone involved. And we can actually see how much of the artificial noise that we add is removed by those competitors. And then we compare that with what our AI can do.
Okay.
Cool, thank you. Any other questions? Everyone's happy in that sense. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And let's move on to the third team. It's called Amb Technologies. Give it up for Amb Technologies, please. Stage is yours. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Make yourself comfortable. I can see you have the clicker. Microphone
Test.
Seems to work. Those are your slides. And whenever you are ready, stage is yours.
Thanks. Hi, everyone, and thanks for having us. We are Amb Technology. With me, Anna Maria, founder and CEO, today here on stage. And exactly for you, we are building a new era of human AI. What does it mean? Well, think of situations where a big machine or a car ever felt unsafe to you, or where you wanted to acquire a product, but it did not necessarily fit your individual body. That's because technology does not know enough about humans. And that's where we come in. We allow developers to straightforward create intelligent solutions around human applications. Currently, it's really needed because we are facing a lack of complete human-related data. And that's what we are solving with our AI platform focused on human data. Think of it, everything around us, we created it for us. But technology currently just simply doesn't know the human enough. We allow users to access data, to generate more data, to transform data sets, and to share and benchmark models and data. And on top, build intelligence on human data. In our 3 buckets, it's really straightforward. Users go to body, safety, or comfort. And how do we now help healthcare? Let me guide you through within those 3 buckets. In body, safety, and comfort. In body, for example, we give our customers a straightforward web application where they can simply use any mobile phone, make one photo, and create more data out of this, for then detect anomalies in body posture, or to make a precise wound mapping on synthetic 3D body models. In the safety bucket, you could find AI tools for health-critical applications to then, for example, assist patients in critical situations in time, or also to improve your own models for disease detection. And in the area of comfort, there's a lot to do when you think what you can do with complete and relevant data sets. Customers of us, for example, design individual orthotics for their own patients, or they create better medical design for children. And we onboard partners in an ecosystem. This means they can either be our suppliers or our users. Both is possible, and it can be the one or the other. And they come with us into a perfect AI and data as a service strategy, where users can get knowledge through one-click buy or through a subscription model. We are really proud of our international partners and funding institutions that believe in our vision of human AI and that believe in us. And that's us, a team of stellar international people with a background in AI and computer science, knowledge in scaling companies up to 100 million and even exiting them. So let's achieve more together.
Rules are the rules. Well done.
Good, thank you. I saw you coming. It was like a little bit.
Yeah, I always try and, give people time to react. Some ignore me, but others react friendly to me, so it was great. Jury,
thank you.
Your part. It's the part where you ask questions, Werner.
Am I right? It's one technology, 3 applications, and with all the applications, there are different business models, or so what is the frame that holds all together at Amb?
When you think of our technology, you can also think of it like a backbone. So we create a backbone that you can input data, that you can transform data, that you can generate more data. For example, what you saw with this mobile application, to make one photo, you need this upload stream, right? And then you need AI tools behind it, which is also on our platform, where you can generate a 3D model, or you can generate measurements out of it. We have multiple applications there. And all of these applications it's too much to say it's one technology, but it's on one technology platform. So our users come from different industries, but all of them want to create applications around the human body. And all of them come to us because we are a one-stop shop for what they need, from input to data to output of application, right? Does that answer?
Or more or less, yeah. So you act like a service provider and AI and data as a service, as I read.
Yes,
for them.
with our own technology where needed.
Where do you get the data from?
From data partners. We already have quite some data partners, or from the customers themselves. For instance, we have a POC with AVL List. They have quite a lot of data that they acquire. We give them the tools to acquire more data. We give them the tools to synthesize their data, to generate more data. And we have data partners where others who don't have data can access data.
Do you have a data protection issue?
Not with synthetic data. There is no problem at all. That's also why the current trend very often goes in this direction. But this often only serves for edge cases, so which means for other cases, your own data is not a problem. For other cases where you want to share data, we are looking into reinforcement training. We have quite some knowledge there in the team and even patents in this direction.
So thank you very much. So you mentioned already that there are various industries who are interested in your product. Can you tell us a bit more about like the customer profile, or like the 2-3 like most ideal cases? Yeah.
Yes, I mean today we stand here in the area of healthcare, right? So maybe let's start with that one. In medtech, for instance, there are companies interested who would want to make 3D printed casts after you broke an arm, or where they make lymph drainage. Which I don't know in English, I'm sorry, where you also have to measure the body a lot. So the customer there is always a company that has technological knowledge themselves, which means there must be developers themselves, because those are the ones using us. Currently, it can't just be a designer, let's say. If we look into a company like AVL List, for instance, they are a perfect fit for us also. Currently, there are many developers, many researchers with the need to bring the applications faster, quicker on the road, and there is a really good sparring partner for us.
Thank you. Claudia, was that a question also from you?
It's already answered.
Werner.
Is it the plug-and-play solution so for the developers, or is it each use case you have to, I don't know, customize for the customer, or is it something that they can use by themselves and you're not involved, you're just selling the solution?
Yes, I mean, definitely. Look, let's ask every startup where you're now and what's your vision, right? So currently, we are still hands-on, obviously, but the platform is a self-service. So whatever we're working on is always a solution which serves minimum 100 other customers. And even if now, when we go in a POC, we help them, this means in future they do it themselves. So really, this one-stop shop also means there's no one of us there taking them on the hand.
Thank you. Jury seems happy. If you have questions, you can still pop them.
The jury should be happy.
That's the idea, right? But that's your job. My job is to find out if you have any more questions. They seem content.
Good.
You've done your part. What do you think? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. So, now we've had the first block, and what we're going to do now is we'll introduce you to Slido. That means we should have a slide that's going to show you how that works. Slido is a beautiful tool that lets you vote for your favorite startup. You should be doing that as of now. We should also have a slide prepared, I believe, where it says how that should work in detail. Others of you are already working away. There you go. What you do is you take your smartphone out. Some of you have already done that, or your computer, or your laptop, or your typewriter of choice. Then you go to slide.do, you'll get that part, and enter the code, which is 3237138. It always feels like a call-in show, but the idea is you enter this code, and then you can vote. Your vote is going to help the jury deliberate on their decisions. And after every of the 4 blocks, we'll do that. So vote for your favorite startup. Your vote counts in helping the jury decide, because obviously all 3 of them are very equal, and if we do have an ex aequo, it helps as well. So I'm seeing the heads are down, the voting is going on, which is good. It's also a good chance for you to check the gram or your crypto investments or whatever. It's a good day for crypto today. Better than the last 3 weeks, which were horrible. Anyone invested in Luna out of interest? You did. Hey, good to see you. Yeah. You get the new coins yet? Yeah, so did I. It's okay-ish. It'll be amazing one day. Others are going like, what the hell are they talking to? That's the part where I try and earn time. Good. Heads are going up again. Marvelous. Let's move on to the next block. We've done the digital health and biotech part. Let's move on to smart cities and the 4th startup, and that's called Sophie Smart Shower. I hope I got that one right. Give it up, Sophie Smart Shower. That's the part where you applaud. Good. Hello, good to have you. There's your marker. You have the clicker. Let's see if the microphone works.
Yes, check.
Good. You see your slides, and whenever you're happy and comfortable, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So hi Vienna, my name is Pavel from Sophie Smart Shower, and I have 2 news for you. One is bad and one is good. So bad news is that we are way more dependent on the fossil fuels than we thought a few months ago, right? The good news is that at Sophie Smart Shower, we are working on these solutions already since years. About 1/3 of the Russian gas energy equivalent is used for water heating just in Europe. About 22 million cubic meters of hot water are going and landing in the sewage every single day out of European households. 70% to 80% of which are coming from showering. So the problem is quite clear, right? We are still sending hot water, treating it as a waste directly into a sewer. At the time we need to heat up cold water, which is senseless. At a Sophie Smart Shower, we place a heat recovery system between the shower and the drain, so we can recuperate part of the energy back to the cold water, preheat the cold water, and so save up to 80% of energy for water heating. Time is money, and so save the Sophie the time on the building site during construction or reconstruction of your bathroom, because it's already pre-installed. As you see, it's only electricity, fresh water and sewage connection needed, and you have this beautiful pre-warm module in your bathroom. And Sophie also becomes a no-brainer because of its simple installation where actually no planning is needed. And Sophie is not just a shower, it's actually the full-scale hot water system, because we can also deliver the hot water to your kitchen sink or the hand wash in the bath. Sophie pays for itself already within 5 years in apartments or first year in fitness studio or similar applications, generating about €2,000 profit every single year for you. There is a competition, which is great, but there is nobody as efficient as we are or having as low maintenance cost and complexity as Sophie. As an example of the United States market, there is about 100 million showers in operation. 5 million out of it is renovated or constructed every single year. Having just one person out of this market share would generate 165 million euros turnover. Our great team in New York combines product and development, great marketing, mechatronics, good old craftsmanship, and of course, great passion. We offer a technology with a patent application, international network, traction, and great market knowledge, and ongoing consulting activities proving our know-how. We just finished the FFG 280,000 euro heavy research project with the 2 prototypes already operating in Innsbruck. And we look for co-funding to finish the market-ready product and bring it to the B2B world business. We need smart money from an angel or industry partner, bringing 50 to 150K as a co-funding for the next project. Thank you very much, and let us shape the future with Sophie together.
Good. You were like 2 seconds over, but that's okay.
The best so far.
That's for them to judge, but timing-wise, yes.
Thank you.
So what's the pricing?
Pardon me?
If I want to have my shower with Sophie, what's the pricing? What do I have to pay?
It's a great question. I like it. I'm totally unprepared for it. the price is about 1,000 euro less than you expect. We did a great market research. Did a great market research, and because Sophie already implements a lot of components which you would need in your bathroom anyways, such as shower head, drain, the mixer, and all of it, and saving the additional time. So there are actually no additional cost, but the market price on itself is compatible with any other hot water solution for your bathroom, having the savings on top of it. So the expected end customer price for you would be between 2,000 and 3,000 euro, but showing it to the professionals, they would expect 1,000 euro actually more. So that shows the USP of Sophie actually.
Thank you. Werner, and then you.
Regarding your customers and business models, so who you are targeting, is it like the plumbers? Is it the customer that's going to renovate his bath? Or is it the Geberitz or whatever, the manufacturers, the 3-4 that exist around the planet?
We interviewed more than 100 craftsmen, companies, building developers, all over to basic users, actually been more than hundreds of them. And we figure out that nobody wants to buy from us. Nobody wants to buy from us because we are just a startup, and in the field of constructions, nobody is buying hardware from startups because nobody expects us to be here maybe in 5 years having spare parts. So our goal is to match with the industry partner from the market and bring the Sophie to the portfolio of them. So actually overtake the existing channels, the supply channels. So providing for the hardware stores directly to the craftsmen, and also having actually an e-shop, so to use the whole range of application, because Sophie is as complicated as connecting a washing machine and having the efficiency of a heat pump. So basically, you can imagine it's a heat pump market.
Pascal and then Cambis.
I had the same question.
Okay, got it.
So
good question.
Yes, so very good to be on time. Thank you. Tell us more about your market entry strategy. What are your plans?
The market entry strategy.
Yeah.
We need to have an industry partner. That's clear. We are actually a provider of IP. We are provider of the know-how. We are provider of the there are companies which look for such a solutions, and we save them, let's say, several years of going wrong directions and struggling around. And we also have the IP. We can discuss why is the IP so much worth, but we learned from the market research that nobody wants to cooperate just with a startup as long as we don't do apps, because that's quite easy, but it would be senseless to start our journey this way.
A follow-up, Werner?
Oh no, it was more about the licensing. So your business model would be licensing your technology to industry partners, or would it be an exclusive, I don't know, deal, but then you have to think about what you're doing next, no?
We will see an industry partner which we meet. Licensing is definitely one of them. Second option would be to become a sister company of this international partner. If it's not international partner, then we definitely go in a licensing way, because we don't want to ship hardware around the globe. It would make sense only for a company which is worldwide active. So if we don't find a worldwide leader, we would probably start with the licensing model, starting with the local market in Europe and then convincing the partners in America and Asia.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have few backup slides more.
I thought you did. I think you have a lot of them. In that sense, if the jury's happy, we're happy. Thank you so much. Pleasure. Cheers,
very much.
Thank you. I have to admit, backup slides make me very happy. If you don't know what a backup slide is, Google it. If you know what it is, then you know why people like I am very happy with backup slides. That was pitch number 4. Let's move on to number 5. It's called ARTI, I hope. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hello. You found your mark. You have a clicker. Microphone is on.
It's on, yeah. Everything good to go, yeah.
Yep, those are your slides. And whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Konstantin, and I'm from ARTI, and we develop software for autonomous mobile robots. Therefore, we make things moving. So when you think about a human, we are exceptional, perfect in traversing challenging and dynamic environments. And we tend to forget that we have a perfect combination of perception and physical capabilities of our surrounding. Therefore, it's very hard to understand what's the difficulty for, let's say, a machine or a robot to drive in any environment autonomously. So what's it all about? It's about very sophisticated algorithms. And these algorithms need to understand or cope with questions like mapping a localization. Where am I? Where I need to go? Where is my goal, actually? Questions like routing, planning, obstacle avoidance. How can I go to this target without, with safety as much as possible? Additional things like the calibration, diagnosis. I'm good to go. Is everything fine on my side? And of course, things like connectivity, interfaces. What is my goal? What should I do next? What is the priority? As you see, there are a lot more questions which come up, and I would talk to them later with you on them. But as you see, it sounds challenging, indeed. And what we came up with is a solution for all of these questions. We are developing a software component with AI on top, so-called AI kits. These AI kits are modular, flexible, work indoor and outdoor as well, and they're independent. What I mean with independent, any customer can pick their AI kits, what they really need for the application, for their ground-bound vehicle. We are independent in the sense of we don't care of the dimensions, the payload, or the operating area we are dealing with. And therefore, we see a lot of new innovations coming up in this area with our current applications, with our current customers. Applications like the smart city. So in smart city, there are a lot of potential use cases like transportation, like the last mile, or intralogistics, or waste disposal, and so on. But we are not stopping here. We see some possibilities outside as well. So we have started developing solutions for agriculture and forestry, which are even unstructured and more complicated. We are a team of very talented roboticists, and I'd like to get some questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, the business models, we are B2B, so we have partners to transport our AI technology to the end customer. So we are partnering with companies building machinery, special machineries, AGVs, AMR, whatever you like to call them. And we offer them, let's say, some specialities and for their application finally. So this is where we scale up with the customer in the end. So we have licensing model, we have service concept around the integration, and we do, of course, some consulting as well.
One question regarding your name. I would expect ARTI robots maybe in galleries or at the Angewandte. So what's the secret behind ARTI?
We thought about a name which means, so it's a shortage for autonomous robot technology, and intelligence is the smallest. But it's, I think of programming and making artificial intelligence, especially in robotics, more as an artist style. So you need to think of out of the box and get new things on the road, out of the factory, and make things moving and happening, basically. That's the idea.
Okay, but not galleries are calling you for...
No, unless they want some robots moving around.
Thank you. Any other questions?
One more. What would be a use case in the agriculture industry?
Sorry, what?
What would be a use case in the agricultural industry?
The agriculture, we see some tractors be automized, for example. We see some winery applications. Just for example, where you have to go through the field, understand where is some, let's say, spraying, things like this. So there are some applications coming up, and which are pretty new to. It's not transportation in per se. It's more on understanding the field and getting work done, basically.
Thanks. There are already existing solutions on the market, right?
Yes and no. So we see a lot of solutions which are, as I call them, island solutions. They are very specific in the field. but they cannot be used like with slight changes to whatever it is. So let's say the tractor changes too much, or you have sophisticated obstacle avoidance, for example. They're using, for example, GPS solutions and similar, which are quite expensive, and still you don't have any safety on top, for example. But we can go deeper on later. So it's
one same question like to AMB. Is it like a plug-and-play modular solution, or is each use case has to be involvement from your side for?
For the moment, we do the configuration of every AI kit together with the customer. On the long run, we are looking for an easy to configure, almost out-of-the-box procedure, such as you just teach the system how to use the machinery and everything.
Thank you. If you're happy, I'm happy. They're happy. You're happy too. Good. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Good. That was number 5. Let's move on to number 6, and they're called Swilox, I hope. On a scale from 1 to 10, how good was the naming?
Nearly. It's Swilox.
What's a 10?
Swilox.
Swilox. Okay. Okay. Good. So I know your microphone works. You have the clicker. That's you. And whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Okay. Hi everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Alex, founder of Swilox, and we help local stores to bring their customers into their online offering. Let me explain why this is something we have to do urgently. Today, local retail has more customers and more revenue than online stores. But the problem is they are losing both steadily. And it's not that they're not investing in digitalization, for example, adding an online shop. But this alone is not enough and doesn't create enough value for the customers to actually move there. Most of them move to their online competition, which is especially apparent in the inner cities. The issue here is that the local and the online world today is still very much disconnected due to technical reasons. Other solutions there focus on specific aspects like the single login, security, and as a consequence, they are often hard to use and do not put the customer and his or her use case in the center. So this definitely won't work. It's our idea to simply connect all touch points with a smart but still fun to use single scan solution. And this solution allows businesses to give their customers direct access to their online presence directly at the store, personalized, and with a key everyone already owns, the smartphone. In our case, we don't need passwords, we don't need a registration for that, but we are still, of course, fully secure and GDPR compliant. Enough with that, how does it work? As a customer, I get my personalized access directly in the store with just one scan. Later at home, I can use the very same mechanism to access my personal account, for example, to update contract data in the online portal, or to rebuy something with one click later on. Also, print can be incorporated with personal customer mailing so that we have a happy customer who can directly access their personal data with one click. Everything can also be monitored in real time to further improve the customer experience. And this is a great value for the businesses because they can interact with their customers where they currently are, online or offline. Our business model is a typical SaaS model. This means we charge the businesses, the end customers go free, and it's fair, meaning we scale with our businesses. With a small team with more than 40 years of experience in web-based development and one common goal, to foster the smart city by allowing people to access products and services they're entitled to at any place, anytime, and on any available device. And yes, we are live with more than 20,000 downloads and 80,000 login interactions today. Thanks.
Thank you.
So whom are you going to target? Is it the big retailers? They already have web shop and websites and so on, or is it the smallest one? And then the question is, how do they get to all the infrastructure they need to communicate with the customer?
First of all, there is not much infrastructure required in our case, but the answer is we're targeting both with slightly different aspects. So the big retailers, they do have online shops, but even if you talk to the very big retailers in Germany, they still have more people in the local stores, and they absolutely need the online shop to work. And if you look at the numbers, Amazon, Zalando, they make so much more than those. So if you have a local store, if you're good in that, you have to bring your people there. The big difference is how deeply are we integrated. If, for example, big companies have own apps and very customized stores, we can provide the whole infrastructure as a backend, as a service infrastructure. Everything works under their brand, under their name. If you have small to mid-sized, we provide our own app that's ready to use, very simple to integrate, integrates with Shopware, Shopify, WooCommerce, everything out of the box, just configuration. So it really depends. If you want to customize it, it's more to do. If you want to use it as a small one, not invest that much, you still have it. But you get a lot of benefits like being able to reach your customers with newsletters, even though they just went in your store and didn't even sign up to your web shop yet. Something that's not possible today with any other solution.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Regarding competition, I'm no specialist in this field, but seems to be, at least since the QR code on our mobile phone due to the Corona crisis and your Grüner Pass, I guess there are several people or companies out there. So what is the difference from you to other companies, and what is your major target market?
So we focus retail, and as we know today, there is no other company focusing on retail today in this area. Other companies really focus more on the technical aspect. So there is a lot about passwordless logins. Yes, we're a passwordless login solution. There's a lot about two-factor authentication. Yes, we can also be used for that. But we basically turned the thing around. We started like that and found out that first, there is a great too many competition out there. There are really big players. On the other hand, nobody, for whatever reason, I don't know, really focus on this whole customer experience. So we are, as far as we know, the only one that have a registration-less flow that allows you to go somewhere, being it your energy service provider. You sign in a contract for your new apartment, and they want you then to update your contract in the online portal. The whole solution is just one scan. The clerk can prepare everything for you. You don't need to register. You don't need to do anything. But you can land later on any device, go into the online portal, have your contract data there, and it knows exactly who you are and what you are eligible to. So this is the difference, that we put really this customer use case of moving people from the local store in the online world and connecting those as well as our main focus in using technology for that, whereas the others really focus more on this login aspect.
Thank you.
You have one QR code for one buy.
The QR code depends. If it's a printed one, there are some rules. Then it's of course stale because you have to print it. Then you have to for example, send it on the next bill so that the customer can scan it and get his access right away. If you have it dynamic, like on a website or on a customer-facing display, it's per this use case. So this QR code will be different every time you start this process.
Okay. But this is sort of some sort of electronic identification as well, right?
Depends on how you define identification.
Yeah,
we don't do identification in the sense that we really check the customer's data. We don't know how old he or she is, how they are called. It's like if you fill out the form in the normal web registration process. You can put in whatever you want. We want to make this process faster. On the other hand, many ID processes are today already happening at the service center. If I go there, if I have a certain kind of contract that I'm signing, probably I will have to provide some ID to them, so they already know that. I don't have to redo that. And this is not our goal. So we are not doing that part. We're not Ich-App if you're going that direction. So no, that's a different story. We really try to reduce the hurdles that you have to bring people in your online offering and make this as seamless and less to do as possible.
How does the payment work then?
We don't do payment. We do login, we do accounts, we do connecting online and offline. We don't do payment. As a consequence, you can use any payment system in combination with our system. So we are completely open there.
Okay. Any other questions?
follow up?
No, no, I'm fine.
Okay, got it. So if they're all happy,
okay,
I'm
then
happy.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Well done. And now I'll kindly ask you to vote again on this category via your Slido app. Just take that beat again. Up there behind me is the explanation, www.slido.com, and enter the code 3237138, 3237138, and vote for your favorite out of that category. Once you've done that, I'd like to thank you very much, and then we'll have a pause until 10 minutes past 4. Please be on time, because we'll start on time with quite a cool keynote. So I think on a startup called Anyline, you should have heard of them. If you haven't, well, you need to hear their story. It's the CEO and co-founder here, Lucas, so it's going to be a very good one. And of course, the second part of pitching. In that sense, thank you very much. Don't go far. See you at 16:10 or 4:10. Thank you and bye-bye. Thanks.
So we are back. That's the part where you should normally take a seat, applaud, and welcome me. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's charming. Thank you so much. Good. Now take your seats. Take your seats. Like an aeroplane, you know, when people are still standing, we can't start. Good, good, good. Everyone's relaxed as well. We've got most of the jury back as well. That's kind of also quite good. 80% are there. They're well fed. I like that. Good. Now we are going to continue with a keynote. And I'm actually really curious. I've never heard a keynote of you, so no pressure. We go back many, many years, but I know we'll talk about that in a second. He's from who knows Anyline? Raise your hand. Who knows of that startup? Who does not know of that startup? Who doesn't have an opinion? Great. So it's like, I'd say 11% know of you. I'd say about 65% don't. And, well, the rest doesn't have an opinion, which is also awesome. In that sense, we'll be hearing about Anyline and specifically some of the challenges, not just launching a company, but breaking into the American market. It'll be good. And the best part is you get to ask Slido questions afterwards. Again, we'll have a bit of a different link, but we'll use it, so no pressure, but I'm curious to hear your questions. Boys and girls, there he is, Lucas Kindergartner, CEO and co-founder of Anyline. Give it up for him.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to tell you about internationalization, but first I have to tell you that the last time I was on stage with Daniel was probably 8 years ago at the Pioneers Festival 2014. And I pitched, I was very nervous, I'm half as nervous today, and a couple of months later, Hansi Hansmann invested in our company. So it seems that Daniel is a great token for success, at least it was for us. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
As Daniel mentioned, my name is Lucas. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Anyline. And after half a dozen fundraising rounds, we can call ourselves successfully a unicorn. So I'm having those pitching days as a fond memory, but I'm still super excited to tell you about the ongoing journey of Anyline, and especially about something which I find interesting for everyone in that room, and that's the internationalization. So as soon as you grow up as a startup, get to a scale-up phase and start to internationalize. So today I'm going to tell you what the most common mistakes are companies make when they enter the US market. I can tell you already, spoiler alert, Anyline made a couple of those by ourselves, so no shame, but I'll tell you about the common mistakes. I tell you the best practices, and be sure that all that information I share is about the US market, but it's absolutely adaptable to any other region. And that's a question which came up today already. Is it applicable to a certain market situation, a VC situation, which is a little bit more challenging? And the answer is absolutely. All those things I share are 100% sure, 100% true for a VC market environment, which is more challenging and where fundraising is not that easy. So, but first, before I start off explaining about the common mistakes, why do I know, or why do I think that I know how that works? The reason is Anyline did enter the US market in 2020, January, very good timing, right? 3 months before COVID hit, but we did it nevertheless, and by now we are very successful in the US market. Over 40% of our entire revenue comes from the US. We have a strong US team, and I would consider that a US market entry as something I would say it was successful for Anyline, and I would want to share with you how we did it and how we would do it if we would do it again. Anyline is a high-tech company with around 110 employees, 10 of which are in the US. And we are based in Vienna. We founded in 2013 actually, but the first investment we got in 2014. And followed by that, we had 5 fundraising rounds in total, raised around 35 to 40 million US dollars. and have 250 enterprise customers worldwide. And to give you a rough picture, currently around 1 billion scans are made with our deep tech, with our capturing software we deliver for smartphones. And since Anyline is not the reason I'm here today, I spare you the pitch and go right into the common mistakes what companies make when they enter the US market. So first of all, I think it's super, super crucial that everyone understands when they go into the US market that US is not Europe. So that sounds clear. But the markets are, from an outside perspective, very similar. They look very similar, although they are vastly different. And that's not only from a go-to-market, from a sales and marketing perspective where someone could anticipate that, but also from a product perspective. So bear in mind, yeah, that products can be different. There might be the necessity that products have different features, and of course, marketing and sales is done differently. So all in all, it's a project you have to commit and a project where you really have to have enough funding for it. And that's the last point on the slide. I put it on the last because it kind of all acts together. So the first thing is that it's too big. Oh, that's the wrong slide. Nobody told me. That would have been this slide. So anyway, giving you a little bit of statistics for the US market entry. So apparently the US has a huge BNMR, is a huge market, is incredibly attractive for startups and especially for startups who seek fundraising. The momentum can be accelerated once you find a US VC, and there are tons and tons and tons of US VCs. So back to the original slide where I already was starting and giving you some ideas about the common mistakes. So after treating the US like Europe, a very common mistake is the lack of focus. So the US is a big market, and there are huge industries with thousands and thousands of companies who make more than $1 billion in turnover. And of course, as a opportunistic startup founder, it's very a common mistake that you try to get the whole entire US market in front of you. And that's very difficult to achieve for many, many reasons, out of which one also is funding, and the other ones are, of course, that with the lack of focus, you can't prepare as much for the differences which the market, the product and the market has for your offerings. So again, focusing on one industry, maybe on one region, maybe on one sub-industry, and try to nail it in that certain industry. So that's something which many startups fail when they enter the US market. Also, very important point, the lack of leadership. As a startup founder, you absolutely love your company, right? And you think everybody loves that company in the same way. So you really think that people care about your company, but they typically don't do because they don't know you, they don't know the company. You are one of a gazillion European startups who want to enter the US market, and nobody really cares about your products except when you tell them the story, the vision, everything. And that's what many, many startup founders don't realize, that is that there has to be a pull effect, and that pull effect doesn't come from scratch. That pull effect doesn't come out of the blue. It comes because the senior leadership and the founders really drive forward that vision in the US market as well as they do when you think about that in your own, in our case, European market. What we also did several times wrong, and that's a common mistake I would say many, many startups do, is hire the wrong people. So European hiring is different to hiring US people. And I think that when you come to the US, if you open an office, if you hire the first employees, that's a very critical point. and you have to consider that you will screw it up. There's very, very few companies who really get it right on the first time, and often need 2-3 iterations of employees until they find the right match, and especially if founders are not visible in the US, founders don't drive the company and the business forward in the US, it's even more difficult. So getting the right hires, super critical, often a fail, and that comes to the last point, it's directly connected with that funding. So from all those above mentioned common mistakes, they all pay in the funding issue. It is in almost every incident where I personally know it, more expensive because you need longer, because you don't have the right product, you don't have the right people, you don't have the right market, and you don't have enough funding. And that in combination just leads to a new market entry being extremely challenging. And with the US, I would say that when I had my first initial thought how much we had to spend in order to get into the US market, I think that number was 25% of what it actually was at the end. And that breathing room, that funding room you need in order to penetrate a market like the US, that's something which in the last month and especially weeks since the kind of ecosystem shifted a little bit to a more cost-efficient and Rule of 40 driven investment cycle, I think that's the most important point. It's super expensive and it can ruin your startup if you do it wrong, because you will burn so much money without any outcome. And in an environment where cost efficiency is super key, having a wrong US market entry or any internationalization might be something which really hurts you. So bear that in mind. It's super expensive and has a lot of issues, a lot of challenges. But the good news is there are a lot of best practices which you can use in order to be more successful. What helped for us is to close customers before you even enter the market. Why is that so important? First of all, it's cheap. Second of all, it proves a point. The point is there is so much pain that even with a company based 8 hours time difference in a small country in Europe, even under those circumstances, a US customer is willing to pay and buy your product. That's a very, very, very good market validation. That helps you a lot, and it's super cheap. So that's the first advice, which we did. We closed our first customers without a office, without a salesperson in the US. I remember vividly that the first contracts we negotiated, when the topic of support came up, I just entered my mobile cell phone number with the kind of note that if something happens outside European office time, I'll be taking care of that. So be flexible and try to make those deals early possible, and that's half of the game. Secondly, and that's what really was struggling, where we really struggled at Anyline, was the organizational setup. When we started the office, 3 months later, COVID hit. We couldn't even fly there. We couldn't even entertain our staff. We haven't had any possibility to meet them in person, which kind of accelerated that issue. But nevertheless, it would have been the same anyway. Not having a organization set up for a second office, that's something which is absolutely avoidable, because you can do that up front. You can make yourself a plan how you would integrate our office. And also here, a best practice is consider that office not as a sales office, but as a second headquarters. If you consider it as a second headquarters, you will drive decisions forward from an organizational standpoint, which will support the overall organizational setup in a way where it's set up for success. Be visible, already mentioned in the common mistakes. Nobody cares about your company in the US except you when you enter the market. So be visible, be there. I have never had one single startup telling me, we accomplished a internationalization without senior leadership or without founders being at the forefront, being at the meetings with the customers, and without really motivating the team in one-on-ones and really being visible in the office. And what also is something which absolutely perfectly fits into the current time with the VC market on a different path is try to start with the absolute minimum footprint you can ever imagine. You can't imagine how expensive a US market entry can be. And whenever you can cut something for the start, wherever you can move something to a later time in the year, do it. It will absolutely pay off to try to keep the footprint as small as possible. And that's not only around funding, but also in the organization. Try to keep the people who are involved in that expansion to a minimum. Try to build a group of people who are considered the people who do the market entry, so that your current core business is not going to be distracted. Because ultimately that would also jeopardize the whole entire game and the whole entire idea of internationalization. On the right side, you see a picture. That's our lighthouse customer. We closed a year after the market entry, Discount Tire. I could ask now how many people know Discount Tire. Probably nobody, but they have $10 billion in turnover and are the largest tire retailer. And that's the beauty of the US market, that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of absolute massive companies nobody knows about. And many of them lack in innovation or need products which companies from Europe and Austria really need. That's it. The best practices, the common mistakes. I think we handled it all.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. I'd like to, for time reasons, I'd like to follow up on two questions. One point you said it would make perfect sense to get your first customers while you're still in Europe. So you try and acquire your first US customers. How do US companies react to that? Because very often say, no, you have to be incorporated in the US. We don't deal with European companies. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, Daniel. If you are able to convince a full-blown US company in buying a product from a European company who doesn't have a footprint in the US, you solve a pain, apparently, a big one. And that's good news. And if there is one who is doing that, yeah, I can personally tell you there are probably 100 who would consider it as if you go along and build that office after all.
But give me a war story. How did you acquire a US customer from Europe? Did you cold call them? Did you get intros? Did you fly over? Were you discovered?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the Discount Tire, I was sitting in a plane for 17 hours. I had 3 hours sleep, had a 2-hour meeting. After that, I stepped into a plane 17 hours back to Austria. And I handshaked that deal in that 2-hour meeting. It took a couple of months in order to get it done, but it was that pain which was very visible, that need for that product. And that's how you do it if you don't have a US office. And as mentioned, I had to spend tons of time in contract negotiations, and you have to be flexible. But at the end, it pays off.
And I mean, there's a lot of companies who help others get market entry into the US. Did you deal with them, or was that just intros and just hustling hard?
So we have not personally worked with companies who provide that service. Although, of course, when we did set up the entity, the Anyline Inc. and everything for hiring, we had some really awesome work from lawyers and people who do that regularly for European companies. And that's not really a big issue. It's not that expensive and not not that big of a struggle to get everything set up. But the first customers, you have to close them yourself. There's no way you can get that done by agencies or by companies who work with pitch books or sales decks or anything like that. That's at least from my experience, not very much possible.
Last questions. I know we're out of time, but I find it exciting. So you said you need to have a pain that's so big that they're actually willing to go through the hardship of working with a European company. You said you underestimated the price you needed, the money you needed on the ground. What was maybe another major thing you totally did not have on your radar, from work culture, investment, go-to-market, something where you were like, okay, I never expected that?
Yeah, well, frankly, that the product, in our case, the products look different, are different, we marketing different, and we sell them different. Not entirely different, but different enough that someone who is in the US will recognize the difference. They just feel like European products. They just don't feel that right. And you have to change that. They have to feel right. And it's maybe that 20, 30% more which you need to invest into the product and into the sales and marketing. And I thought that's our product solves a very, very clear goal. It solves a clear problem. It should be the same everywhere on Earth, but it's not.
Awesome.
So that's a third one.
Lucas Kinnegartner, thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you. Thank you. I love that. That was some good insight. They've gone so far and they're still going crazy places. I love that. I think it's great. I mean, if you can sell it from Europe to a US company, that's hard. I mean, that's really, really, really hard. But then again, if it works, it's cool. I think that's a great test. I see Vanna going like, yeah, man, that's really hard. Anyone ever done that? Raise your hand. That's like, you did? Awesome. What's your company's name? Not anymore, I sold it. What's the company's name then? I sold it. Yeah, but what was the company's name? Okay, cool, cool. Congratulations. So we have 2 people here that done it. That's 100% of all Europeans that have succeeded in doing that, which is 100% bullshit. But anyhow, I thought it would be fun to say. Congrats on you as well. No pressure on the next ones, but we've seen how to do it. You need to hustle hard to make things work and sometimes do the impossible, but that's okay, just about what we're asking from you. We're starting with the next round of pitching. We're going to have 2 more categories coming up. This category now is on social and climate impact. Again, we'll have 3 startups, and then we'll have the voting again. And yeah, as always, greet them friendly, because that's what they need. First applause is for free. Second has to be earned. In that sense, here's Uptraded. Give it up for Uptraded. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
There's your mark. You have your clicker. Let's see if your microphone works.
Test. No.
Not yet. Just say.
Hello.
It works. It works loud and clear.
Perfect.
And those are your slides. And whenever you are ready, stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna, founder of Uptraded. We all have one thing in common. This morning, we all stood in front of our wardrobes and thought about what to wear. I, as well as many others, stood in front of extreme excess. As a fact, there are more than 72 million unused clothes in the Austrian wardrobes. Our wallets suffer from this, but so does the environment, because a look in our wardrobes is a look at the second biggest polluter of our planet, the fashion industry. For these problems, we have developed a platform that offers the most sustainable, affordable, and social way to keep your wardrobe up to date. Uptraded is a clothes swapping app that shows that unlimited fashionable variety is possible without negative consequences. To uptrade my wardrobe, I simply upload my unused clothes to the app and swipe for the clothes of others. Right for a like, left for a dislike. A mutual like leads to a fit, and I can conveniently swap my clothes with another Uptrader. Our 2,640 test users are convinced by the app. They have swiped more than 250,000 times and swapped their 980 clothes. Their feedback? Swapping with Uptraded is more efficient, exciting, and social than monetary transactions. With Uptraded, we're operating in the booming second-hand market. It has a size of 31 billion euros and grows 18% per year. So far, all platforms focus on the resale of clothing, like Vinted, which is the largest platform of this kind with 45 million members. While there's an extensive competition in the resale segment, the swapping segment is still underserved. We monetize this market opportunity with a freemium model on the B2C side and branded swapping groups on the B2B side. With our experiences in IT, business, and fashion, we have the best qualifications to be the game changers of the fashion industry. Getting to the US, a country with a long history in fashion and that shaped the term thrifting, would be an amazing opportunity for Uptraded and boost our way to success also in Europe. We want to make pre-loved to most loved. And yes, we can. We are Uptraded. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. I may have heard that slogan before, but I just can't put my finger on it. Anyhow, that was great. Jerry, it's your part.
Where do you make money?
Sorry?
Where do you make money?
How
do you make money?
Yeah, so our revenue model is two-sided. On the one hand side, we generate revenues on the user side, so people, our users, can buy a premium subscription of Uptraded, so they pay a monthly subscription, get unlimited swipes, no ads in the app, and special features. And the most part, we're generating B2B, so we're working together with companies, and I think it's easier to explain with an example. So as an example, the Students' Association of the Wirtschaftsuniversität Wien want to offer an own swapping group to their students so that they can swipe a match online and then swap their clothes offline. So they can get a branded swapping channel from us. They pay a monthly subscription fee, and also they get impact reports from us. So it's a community management tool and also a tool that they can implement in their CSR strategy, and this is how we make money.
Thank you, Claudia. And then Campus, you also had a question?
It was the same, actually.
Okay, got it.
So,
Claudia and
but
Pascal and
can you please tell me more about the USP? Because at the moment I see a vintage shop with a Tinder surface, right?
Exactly. So the USP is that we make swapping work. So far, there are no existing alternatives in the field of swapping. So it's really one piece of clothing against another. And the USP in the long term and how we're going to secure this is through our matching algorithm. So we're working on making the fit predictions even better so that we know before you swipe it if it's going to be a match for you or not. So this is the USP.
Thank you, Van, and then Pascal.
Seems to be a really charming solution, but the things, maybe the small problems lies in the small things like swapping means also kind of logistics. So how you organize the logistics also for them if I swap with somebody from, I don't know, Innsbruck and maybe with somebody who's taller than me or fitter than me. so how you solve these things?
So the second problem you mentioned, the swipe that you see on the app is personalized. So you create a profile with your sizes, with your style preferences, and so on, and we only show you what fits you. And for like the logistics, it's up to the users. We actually recommend to swap in person. So as I explained with the example on campus at the university, it's just that you have a chat with your swapping partner and say, let's meet tomorrow at the campus and exchange it. It's also possible to do it via delivery. And in the future, we'll work together with delivery partners and integrate this part into the app.
Thank you. Pascal?
What is your strategy to get the customer base that Uptraded is working?
Yeah. So actually, it's a really, really good question for that point in time, because we're launching next week on Monday. And our strategy is in 3 parts. So the first thing is that we're working a lot with multipliers. So the groups that I explained as a revenue model, we're also using them to grow. So selected partners will get a branded swapping group from us, and they will do the marketing for their group for Uptraded in the end. So this is the biggest part of it. The second part is social media, where we focus on TikTok because our target customers are Gen Z. And the third part is offline swapping events. So we are hosting different offline swapping events with around 500 to 600 participants per event, and then get them to use the online app after it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please.
So I have one app and I can be in different groups, right? Because when I'm at university or general or another, and this matches together then, or?
Exactly. So in principle, you're in the default channel. We just show you preferred the clothes that other people that share a group with you have uploaded. So you can be in more channels, for example, in the university channel, but also in the vintage lovers channel or in the plus size channel and so on. So different communities can meet. Also communities from brands, like you can also join a Freitagtaschen channel, for example. And then you can swap. So you can see everything on the app, but it's shown you in a preferred way. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're happy, I'm happy. Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next team, and it's called Waybro Sports. I hope I got that right. Come along on stage. Make them feel at home. Thank you. There's your mark. You have the clicker. Just give me a feeling that the microphones are working.
Hello.
I think they're working.
I guess they're working.
Nice.
Those are your slides. You see the time, and whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina.
And my name is Philip. And first of all, we want you to imagine.
Standing on the peak of a mountain. A steep slope in front of you. The ski fixed to your boots. And now, you close your eyes and descend. Only by trusting my voice to guide you. Would you dare? I wouldn't. But there are 250 million people who don't have another choice if they like to perform sports. One of them is my younger sister. Since 8 years, I'm guiding my sister in cross-country skiing and running. After some time, I experienced the consequences of being dependent on a guide, especially when it comes to finding a guide on a specific performance level. 2020 hit the world of para-athletes extremely hard. Social distancing made the lack of independence in blind sports visual more than ever. It's time for a revolution in blind sports.
It's time for the Weibo Belt. The Weibo Belt is a smart wearable that uses machine learning and computer vision to enable an independent running experience for blind and visually impaired athletes. A camera on the belt records the area in front of the athlete, while an onboard unit analyzes and processes the images immediately. The system is able to detect the running track, the position of the runner, as well as obstacles ahead.
With different vibration patterns, the user gets guidance on a track or a warning if there are any obstacles ahead. This happens with 5 vibration patches within the belt. This intuitive human-machine interface is currently patent pending in Austria, Europe, and the USA.
And to provide an independent onboarding process for the user, we designed the Body app. Paired with the Weibo Belt, the user is able to learn and test the different vibration patterns at any time.
We see great potential on the global market. Our target group, for example, counts 1 million people in Europe and 4 million people in the USA. 3 years after market entry, we are expecting revenues around 1.3 million euros annually.
To leverage these revenues, we pursue a B2B strategy, cooperate with regional distributors, and offer our product in the online store.
Our team covers a wide range of expertise, and we all work with passion to enable our customers the best product and experience possible.
There are not many steps left for market introduction. We have a functioning prototype and we are almost ready for our first production series.
We're looking for seed investment and an introduction to a network and partners to enter the US market.
Dear jury, dear guests, support us with your voice and run with us for new limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go first, please?
Did I get it right? You are not established in Austria and you want to get into the US market.
We want it all.
You want it all.
No pressure. Okay, great. That was a lovely Q&A. Thank you.
No, I can give you also a proper answer. We're currently preparing the certification process and crowdfunding campaign for entering the Austrian market. We also have first partners where we can do some demo days to get directly to our customers. And what the first steps we want to do in the US is to get known all the processes to enter the market and start the entering process as soon as possible, because we know it will take time. And as we are a small team, we would like to take this time for preparation, for being ready the best possible.
Thank you.
Regarding pricing, so give you an idea. I know it's still prototype phase, but give me an idea what's about the belt. I think it's buy the belt, rent the onboard unit, no, and
yes,
get the app for free.
Yes, so each customer can buy its own belt. It will cost around 300 to 400 euros. It's a textile band with all integrated sensors. So it's the electronics can be applied directly to the belt, but it can also be washed without damaging all the electronics. And then we have the hardware unit where our programs are on it, and this one is on a rental model. But we are also including all software updates, and this will cost around 700 euros per year.
Thank you. Any other questions? You all happy? Any other questions in the street?
What is your competition? What is the alternative?
The alternative are people themselves, like me, like guides. But the problem is that I always have to make time. It's a lot time consuming. Not every people have the possibilities to get a chance to have a personal guide. Another competition are guiding dogs, but a guiding dog costs around 30,000 euros before education. So this is an extreme cost factor, and they're not suitable for performing sports. Well, so there are not really lot possibilities for executing sports independently from people.
But in the fitness center it would work, right?
Yes, in the fitness center you can do some sports, but you don't have the possibility to do sports outdoors. And currently we are doing this application field of running on sports tracks, but it's not the last one we want to do. So we are approaching new research topics for going even further for cross-country skiing and walking paths in nature, but this requires some further funding so we can invest into new AI systems that needs to be developed. But we are aiming for outdoor sports and for providing experiences of outdoor sports.
There's a question. Yeah, you mentioned the patent, which is pending. Can you give us more details on it? What should be the patent about?
The patent is for the communication system, for the belt itself, for the arrangement of those vibration patches within the belts. We have 5 positions. Those positions are linked to muscles. And the vibration patterns are designed in that way that we can link up to 15 signals that can be easily learned and recognized in stress situations. So they're not only suitable for sports, but also for further guiding applications in situation where you have a little sight. And it not all applications require machine learning for the computer vision part, but we can also connect them to a remote control.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. It's a good remark with the fitness studio, but I mean, fitness studio is a bit boring compared to being outside, isn't it? It's an opportunity, but yeah, but being outside is better than fitness studios. A very horrible parallels. What's that?
Also from the running belt.
Running belts are boring, right? I think it's outside is a lot better. And the funny thing is when you're outside, you have to run back. On the belt, you go like, I'm done, I'm going. If you're outside, you have to go back. Anyhow, that's just me. Let's move on to number 9. It's called Lignovations. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
You know the rules by now, I guess, but that works as well. You see your slides whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Before I start, a quick question for the audience. Who of you has heard about lignin before? L-I-G-N-I-N, lignin? Okay, okay. So for the other 70 to 80%, no worries, I'll explain later on what this is about. But let's start. So my name is Victor Thibault. I'm the co-founder of Lignovations, and we are making consumer products more sustainable with the help of lignin. So whether you like it or not, every year 16 million barrels of oil are used for the production of petrochemicals and for the production of ingredients that we use in all kinds of products. For example, packaging, textiles, and also cosmetics. So for example, if you buy a sunscreen and you look on the back, you see a long list of ingredients. And they are, of course, important to, for example, protect your skin against the sun radiation or UV radiation, hold the product together, those are emulsifiers, and also protect you against oxidative stress. But problem is, they are made from petrochemicals. So in the end, what that means is that these products are not really necessarily good for your health and for the environment. And this not only goes for cosmetic products, but for a lot of other products as well. And it's not just me saying that. There's also all key stakeholders that are involved in these products, in the consumer products, have recognized this issue. So I would assume that many of you are already looking at what kind of products they're buying, what's in there. There's a big trend towards buying sustainable products, but also regulators are looking at this, and they're banning more and more ingredients that have a negative effect on the environment and on human health. And last but not least, of course, manufacturers also react, and they're looking for alternatives to make their products future-proof. And this is where Lignovations and where lignin comes in. So lignin, now's the part where I explain it. Lignin is a part of a plant's biomass, just like cellulose that you might know from paper production. And the lignin has very special functions that it fulfills in the plants. It protects it against sun radiation or UV radiation. It protects it against oxidative stress. It protects it against microbial attacks and gives it stability. And those are all very important functionalities that we now can bring into consumer products. So how does this work? We are starting off with biomass, so not with oil. And we are using the raw lignin from this biomass and transform it with our patented process into so-called colloidal lignin particles. This is a special form of the lignin. And this way, we can bring the functionalities the lignin fulfills in the plant into consumer products. We have already produced a first MVP product that is now in the hands of consumer product manufacturers, for example, cosmetics companies, that are developing new products with our ingredient. And we are planning to build the first commercial production until the end of this year. And of course, all of this would not have been possible without a great team. My co-founders have been working on this technology for over 5 years, and we are working together with many experts from the application areas that we go into to bring this product into the market. We are a spin-off from the Technical University of Vienna. We're called Lignovations. And together we are making consumer products more sustainable with the help of lignin. Thank you.
Even calculated my way until I come here, right? Sweet. Thank you. Questions, please.
What is your product? It's the ingredients. Right?
Exactly. It's an intermediary product, so we have this special ingredient, lignin particles, that we can supply B2B to manufacturers, for example, of cosmetics, packaging, textiles.
How do you protect your product? Is it patented or what?
We have a patent on the process, and the product itself is not patent protected.
No.
Thank you. Anna?
So I know Lignovation already from your spin-off fellowship. So where are you in the process right now? So you've got already some, I don't know, first production site or first customers, I guess production or B2B customers?
Yes, we are working already with a number of B2B companies that have our ingredient, our prototype ingredient that they use to develop new consumer products. This is a process that takes some time, so that's happening at this moment. And we have a small production facility at the Technical University, and we are building our first pilot plant for bigger scale commercial production until the end of this year in Austria.
What means bigger scale production in terms of tons?
In terms of tons, this means up to 1 ton.
So because it's like a new kind of like process and material, you mentioned all the different industries. It sounds huge. Can you just put it into numbers? How can to make it more palpable for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at all the industries that are that would be possible from literature, basically we're looking at a market of 19 billion. But of course, we can't tackle all of these things at the same time. We're a startup, so we're starting off with what we think is the most attractive market, and that is the cosmetics market. And they're more specifically for UV protection. And in that area, we're looking at around $1.5 billion US of market size, or in terms of tons, it's 55,000 tons of product every year.
Thank you.
Regarding the business model, could it be possible to be the business model a license model, that you license your patent to production factories, or your plan is to produce yourself?
That depends on the time frame that we're looking at. For the beginning, we want to do that ourselves because we have the process and chemical engineering know-how in-house, and this is one of our strengths, to keep the IP close to us and have this as our secret sauce, so to speak. But of course, in the future, to scale up, especially overseas and in international markets, a licensing model or a joint venture with a raw materials manufacturer or with a company that is making biorefineries, that's where we get our material from, our raw material, is definitely a strategic option for us.
Thank you. Any other questions, Campus?
Because you said you're a spin-off, Technical University of Vienna, was it?
Yes, correct.
So how is the IP? And can you tell us more about what kind of risk can be in the whole process? What are the possible risks throughout the process for your product?
So for the IP, we have an exclusive worldwide license for the IP. So we don't own the patent, but we own all rights to it. And so we can, virtually the IP belongs to us. And for the risks, maybe can you be a little bit more specific what you're looking for?
In terms of the product development, it sounds so complex, at least, for someone who is not in the field. So it's just more about the potential risk when it comes to the product development.
Yeah, so so you have to split up the product development into like the product that we are doing and the end products that the customer is doing. For our product, we have the MVP, so we can produce a particle that works and that has this functionality, and this is what we are providing to our B2B customers. And the risk to develop functioning end products lies with them to do that. But we already have quite good indications that it's working, because we are also making end products ourselves, very basic formulations, basically just to show like a proof of concept that it works. And of course, for example, cosmetics companies, they have been making, for example, sunscreens for many, many years, so they know how to work with a novel ingredient like ours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
All right.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. So, now it's time again, because that was the third category to vote. Behold, however, it's a different code. I know you're smart, but just to save your time. So it's a different code, still the same website. Enter, you can read it. Anyhow, I always feel like a call-in show, something I'd never like to do. But anyhow, you go there, you vote for your favorite out of these last 3 pitches. And again, it helps the jury to make a more qualified vote on their personal favorite. So it's anonymous, but please do vote. Take your time to vote. I'm sorry, I'm in your way. There you go. That's service. I always like having customers first-ish, kind of. I think ish is, by the way, the greatest word in the English language. Ish. If you don't know it, look it up. It's amazing, ish. Anyhow, that should be sufficient. Otherwise, you're actually just playing with yourself. Anyhow, I hope I didn't say that loud, but I think I did. Let's move on to the next category, and that's FinTech and InsurTech. We have no time to lose, especially this gentleman is absolutely on fire. Let's pretend he didn't walk on stage yet. Here he is, Monkee. You're big.
Hello.
Hello. Were you practicing the clicking so much with your left hand that you have to divert to the other one?
Oh.
Yes. Good. No, he wants to get started. Say a word.
Hello.
Good. So the microphone's working as well. You have to click it. That's your slides. Whenever you're ready.
Cool.
Stage is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin. I'm one of the founders of Monkee, and with Monkee we are combining personal finance and retail tech to help people improve their financial well-being and to reach their goals and dreams without having to build up debt. So we want to establish our save now, buy later approach as a responsible alternative to buy now, pay later, which is pushing too many people into unsustainable consumption. In order to explain how Monkee works, I would like us to step into the shoes of a very prototypical user. This is Lisa. She's 33 years old. She is above average income. She loves to travel. She loves to save, but she also loves to shop and reward herself with nice things. And that's why she's using Monkee to save for several different goals, like her vacation, a new smartphone, or the bike for her kid, where she's saving together with the grandparents. After connecting her existing bank account with Monkee, she can start saving with just 2 clicks. But she loves all the other saving challenges and smart money rules, which are automatically triggered, for example, whenever she buys something online or when she's going to a restaurant or fueling her car. She particularly loves the nudges. Those are push notifications. Hey, Lisa, what about saving 12 euros for your vacation? And with 1 click, she's another 12 euros closer to her goal. And in the background, an algorithm starts learning when and how we need to send those nudges in order to motivate Lisa to save more. Whenever Lisa wants or has to buy something, she's first checking the Future Boost partners. Because whenever she buys something at one of our partners, we are getting a commission and we're giving back a part of this commission into the saving wallet of Lisa in order to help her grow her savings. And that's a win-win situation. On the one hand side, Lisa can grow her savings by more than 10% every year by just doing parts of her purchases of one of our partners. On the other hand side, our retail partners getting access to relevant consumers based on savings and purchasing behavior, leading to 10 times higher sales conversion, retention rate, and they're creating positive consumer touch points because they're helping their community to improve their financial well-being and faster achieve their goals. Our Future Boost currently works for more than 350 partners in the online world, and we are about to launch together with Visa the smart money payment card, which should then extend the Future Boost also into stationary retail. Where do we see our USP? At the end, we are a combination of personal finance and cashback, and this combination gives us some unique advantages. On the one hand side, we're able to target and monetize a larger part of population compared to investment apps, for example. On the other hand side, we're earning up to 20% commission within the 70 billion euros European digital advertising market. Our founder team has more than 50 years experience in building and scaling products. And with a team of 13 people, we are already helping more than 170,000 people to save for goals with more than 200 million euros total value. We more than 20x'd the savings of our users over the last 18 months. And we onboarded 350 retail partners from Rewe to Booking.com. And we are now prepared to help even more people to improve their financial well-being and achieve their goals.
Nothing more to say.
So you're happy. You're going to put all your money into his company. Okay, we have 4 others. They all go, yeah, what he said.
Say it again?
And I'm just asking, are the 4 others also going to say, yeah, just what he said? Anna's just going to, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that this solution works on an international scaling level. Otherwise, I guess Austria is too small for your team. So,
yes.
What's about your market entry into other and your track record?
So we are live in Austria and Germany. Germany being the most important market for us, with around 85% of the customers and retail partners. We can technically and legally launch the product within the whole European Union with the same partners, which will be on our agenda starting from most probably next year after another fundraising round.
Why are you here? I mean, what do you want from us? You have almost everything.
Yeah, I mean, we are a consumer product. So on the one hand side, we are looking for new users. On the other hand side, we are looking for new retail partners. So products where we can help our users to save for, or companies who want to use Monkee to communicate to their community to say, hey, start saving with Monkee for our products. Because what we realize is that companies who want to be socially responsible, they should think twice whether they are having just kind of ecological things on their agenda, and at the same time they're pushing or motivating their community to buy products with money that they don't have. So that's why we want to see ourselves as a responsible alternative to buy now, pay later, which is very common at retail at the moment.
Who is your competition?
I mean, there are several different angles. So there is other finance apps, like investment apps, for example, where we see the sweet spot in helping our users save money for things within the next 12 to 36 months. So we are not really competing with ETFs or investment products. On the other hand side, there is cashback apps where we see our sweet spot that on the first hand side, we are having a completely different positioning. So we don't have to be pushy and salesy. We know what our users are saving for and how they are spending their money, and just want to recommend them partner that fit their savings and purchasing behavior. So we know our users better than those cashback apps, and which leads them to better conversion and retention.
The partnership thing with Visa, what was it?
Yes.
Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, so as mentioned, this Future Boost currently works for online purchases, but I think as one other startup presented today, we spend more money offline still, so that's why we want to use this payment card to extend the Future Boost feature from the online world into the offline world, so that if you're buying offline in stationary retail with one of our partners, you can also collect those Future Boosts for your goals on the one hand side. On the other hand side, also giving smaller, more locally relevant retailers access to this Future Boost system. The bakery around the corner, the small electronic shop, and so on.
Thank you. Any other questions? If you're happy, I'm happy. Thank you very much, Monkee.
Thanks,
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Well done. And let's move on to the next startup, and that's called Sophia, I believe. Give it up for Sophia.
Hi.
Hello. Your mark, your clicker, say something.
Hi, everyone.
Well done, that's working. Those are your
Okay.
slides. Whenever you're
everyone.
ready, go for it.
My name is Sebastian. I'm one of the co-founders of Sophia. And our vision is that everyone is insured the right way without having to worry about it. And that becomes possible with Sophia, your personal digital insurance broker. Insurance is with us from birth. At first, we don't even notice. But once we have our own apartment, car, or dog, there is no escape. And it hits us straight in the face. Buying insurance is fun. Yeah, said no one ever. Because insurance is complex, non-transparent, and sometimes even worse than going to the dentist. But insurance gives us financial security and freedom, yet nobody wants to deal with it. And it's no wonder there's just no customer-centric solution. False. Say hi to Sophia, your personal digital insurance broker. Sophia manages your insurance contracts, reminds you if you can optimize them, analyzes your actual insurance needs, and gives you an overview of your insurance situation and that of your loved ones. And if you need to report something is damaged, our customer support is available. The insurance industry just hasn't been digitalized well. You can go to traditional insurance brokers, try to compare offers online by yourself, or use insurance apps, just digital covers for analog brokers. But Sophia is different. She's the first insurance app that automatically organizes and continuously optimizes the best insurance situation with the help of smart algorithms. And through a B2C business model, we as an insurance broker receive a commission from the insurer for each managed or sold insurance contract. And the market we serve is gigantic. Alone in Austria, there's a serviceable market of more than 700 million euros. Since the launch of Sophia last June, we won over 500 users, and they keep coming. We also made more than 65K in revenue last year. To reinvent insurance advice, it takes an amazing team. And luckily, we are just that. Sophia was founded by our insurance expert Petra and 2 software developers, Clir and myself, Sebastian. And together with our employees, we have over 40 years of experience in the insurance industry and more than 30 in software development. Vote for us to bring insurance advice into the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you. So are insurances fun or not, Claudia?
You have 500 users since last year of June.
Yes.
And how many of them are active? And how do you track active
About
users?
20% of them are active, monthly active users.
Thank you.
Seems that your solution is you need a lot of marketing for this because you're not working together, no? So you're partnering with insurance companies, but nobody is promoting you, no? As I understood. So the
yes, we're an insurance broker. We have about 20 partnership contracts with different insurers. And yeah, it's a boring topic, so we need a lot of money to promote this.
Okay, so but the marketing, you have to gain the customer in a way, so because
yes,
you have several insurance companies. You've got also not Durchblicker is not a partner in a way, no? It's more a competitor.
Competitor, yeah.
Okay, so what is your market access and how you're going to plan and how much money do you need to gain a customer?
So we are having a website. We are having a blog, so everything organic. We are getting the user. We are doing different kinds of ads, social media, Google ads, YouTube ads, etc. We are starting with influencer marketing and guerrilla marketing activities. We are planning for corporations to where we have synergies. And I don't have the correct number for your CSE, but we are planning about 200 euros.
Per client?
Per year.
Okay. How much money do you get out of a client? I don't know,
Our
what's the
CLV
lifetime?
is more than 1,000.
2 years? Or?
CLV is more than 1,000.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Campus.
Yeah, you mentioned 500 users, more than 500 users, and then the revenue of last year.
Yes.
How is it related? Is it like just out of these 400 or 500 users you generated this kind of revenue?
Not exactly. Also, we cooperated we bought an initial insurance broker to get the knowledge, to get the license, and we have some seed customers like that. And we migrated some of them completely to Sophia, and they're very happy. But 90% of them are only new new users, and yeah.
Thank you.
Did I understand it right? So it's not about you recommending insurances or insurance companies. You do the insurance, or you.
We are an actual insurance broker by law.
Okay,
yeah.
so you can cancel contracts. You can transfer contracts.
We could if you sign a full power of attorney, but we don't do that because the last word has every time the user. So we recommend to do this or that, and give him the contract to sign here, the new insurance contract, and then we do everything after that. Compared to competition, where you have to sign a full power of attorney, and they could, if they want, cancel your contracts and don't have to notify you.
How is it?
Sorry. But I can do it online, so directly it's not, I don't know, I have to print out the contract and
completely
send it
online.
Afterwards.
Yes,
Okay.
of course, 21st century.
How is the claim management done?
Claim management? Yeah. The claim management, we advised our users how to do it. Yeah. And we are in the process of implementing it completely in our app. At the moment, we are just, it's per email, WhatsApp, or a Signal to advise our users, but we cannot write any claims for you. This wouldn't be legal. We can just advise you how is the process, and if the insurer says, no, your claim isn't covered, we will help you to enforce your claim against the insurer.
But then it gets off digitalization, right? Then it's
yeah, everything is digital.
No, it's not, because
at the moment not, but everything then. Or what do you
Claim
mean?
management, it's not, it's not an automatic process. It's an individual process, right?
Claim management?
Yeah.
If
your client has a problem with the insurance companies,
yeah.
company, you need to help him.
Exactly.
And then it's not standardized anymore, it gets individual.
At the beginning, it's automated, like with what do you have to provide, like online formula. And if the claim comes back like they don't want to give you money, then of course we have to help, because this would be then more AI, and a lot of other companies that are much better, I think, at doing that.
Interesting facial reaction. Okay, good, I like it. Any other questions? No other questions? Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
11 down. Let's move on to number 12. And number 12 is BAM Ticketing. Give it up to them. BAM Ticketing, here he is. Thank you. One last time, a bit more live. Thank you. You got your marker, you got the clicker. Bam.
Check.
Now we've got it.
Bam.
Those are your slides, and whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
My name is Georg. I'm the founder of BAM Ticketing, a desperately needed solution for a shaken industry. Champions League finals last Saturday. Tickets are sold out in seconds and get resold at insane prices. But why? Because automated bots buy, on average, 42% of all tickets, but up to 90%. That's crazy. These tickets get resold at insane prices immediately afterwards. And 12% get even scammed with fake tickets. These issues are all over the media. That's why many artists stand up to fight those issues actively. We have the technology to resolve these issues once and for all. Using blockchain technology, we issue tamper-proof cryptographic tickets. We easily detect bots by the full transparency of blockchain transactions, and we dry up black markets with digital enforceable contracts. On top, we generate additional revenue from currently untouched markets, like secondary market revenue on every single transaction and fan gamification. The ultimate benefits: more tickets for the fans, a fast and secure ticketing market, and finally, fair prices. BAM is a worldwide active ticketing-as-a-service provider. We provide blockchain technology to existing ticketing companies and an end-to-end market solution for everybody. Technological requirements in the ticketing industry are quite high, but BAM has a substantial edge over other blockchain frameworks, and for this, we were nominated for the Austrian Blockchain Award and won the German Blockchain Award 2 years in a row. With our end-to-end solution, everybody has access to blockchain unique features. Event organizers can control every single ticketing transaction. For example, limiting the prices on the secondary market. For the secondary market, they can even do that for the first time in their life. We give them control over all sales channels and make all ticketing transactions visible in a single source of truth. Our universal wallet not only manages blockchain tickets, but also conventional flight tickets, membership cards, coupons, or vouchers. We even integrated the EU Green Pass and the personal ID for quick access at the venue entrance. And control over all your NFTs. With this, we unleash even more possibilities in fan engagement, adding economic value, emotional value, and social value. Over the past months in the sports and music industry, they realized that NFT ticketing will have a huge impact in the future. So if you agree that ticketing is a real-life use case of blockchain technology, then vote for us.
Much. Let's find out. Thank you.
Do you already have some customers in place that are using your system right now?
Yes, we have customers for both, for the end-to-end solution and for the technology itself. There is something in between, which is actually a white label product. Our largest client is a white label customer, selling 100,000 tickets a year, but with the potential to 8 million tickets a year. That's for the white label. For the blockchain technology, being there just a technology provider, we are currently scoping a project with 3 large ticketing companies and an international sports league. We integrated with an Asian partner for that as well.
Thank you. Anna, then.
Regarding entry barriers for customers, like a dumb customer who has no experience in blockchain, they can buy tickets and use your wallet, or are there any technical, skills needed to use your solution?
The short answer is no skills needed. You can buy tickets like you did before, except that you will receive it in a wallet. In the end, when you want to transfer those tickets, if you lose your phone or you want to transfer it simply to your new phone, still have your old phone, then it needs some information how to do it, because you need to export your private key and import it to your new mobile.
What are the costs per ticket?
We did a calculation for a railway company wanting to sell more than 1 million tickets a day, and there we ended up with costs 0.0053 euro cents per ticket.
Okay,
I know
this is because of economies of scale. But imagine a football game like this, Champions League final with 50,000.
Just a guesstimate, it could be 1 cent, but it's not expensive.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions in the street? There was a... No?
Yeah, sounds great. So why aren't you international leader of ticketing or ticket solution? Well, Corona, or what was the obstacle?
First, the technology is quite new, and we needed. Actually, we started with research and development in 2018, and this needed a lot of development because the current blockchain frameworks are not capable of doing this. We reached our technical proof of concept 2 weeks before the first lockdown in Austria. So it got quite complicated to A, find customers, and B, find investors. We closed our seed round only last November, and now we are building up the team, increasing the sales, increasing marketing.
What was the reaction of the big guys like CTS Event Team or DIEC?
Sorry?
Have you ever talked to CTS or to the big ticket?
We talked to, if you name the 10 biggest ticketing companies worldwide, we are in active talks with 4 of them, and scoping with, as I told before, with a consortium out of those for a big international sports league.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions in 3, 2, 1? Thank you very much. And we are done. Thank you. Now, before we come to our next point, we need to vote one more time, because voting makes democracies like ours happy. So go to Slido, go in there, do your little thing, that we all are happy, and don't complain afterwards if you did not vote. If you're new to this, go to www.slido or sly.do, enter the code 6079466 and enter happiness. Now, this is actually the internet. You're probably familiar with the concept. Some people said it would never work, but that's a very different story. Now, take your time again, and again, it's going to help the jury to make their decision. Yes. What's your thought on the 12 pitches? Do you like them? God, I'm loving the energy in the room. That was horrible. I mean, if you do that again, I'm straight back to Zoom calls again. I thought, yes, audience, interaction. All of you are muted. That's horrible. Unmute yourself. Have an opinion. That's the whole point of this, isn't it? At least you're wearing pants. That's quite good, actually. That's the tricky part with Zooms. You never quite know if they're actually wearing pants or not. Now, what's going to happen, I mean, in most cases, it's not good if they're not, but you never know. Now, before we get to our next keynote, there's a couple of things I'd always like to give you. I'm seeing we're nearly done with the keynote. Now, what's going to happen is we'll have a keynote, and while that keynote's happening, our jury is going to walk outside because it needs some time to deliver it. And now obviously they have a very challenging job to do, so I think we can guide them out with an applause because obviously it's hard. No pressure, but you know, every vote counts, make it worth. Give it up to our jury. Thank you very much. Now, no pressure, no pressure. And now we'll move on to our keynote, and that's by none other than the Deputy Secretary General of the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. Here she is, Marianne Kühnel. So good to have you here. It's your home turf. There she is, Marianne Kühnel. Please do greet her. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. The stage is yours, but it's yours again.
All the stage is mine.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. Hi, dear founders, dear, hopefully future founders, and dear participants. We are really excited at the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber to host you here today. We are really proud that so many, especially young people, are finally in our building, because normally I am one of the youngest in the management here. Most of the other management is a bit older and not as female as I am. So you can imagine how our structure normally is within this building. So we are excited that we have you here. We are excited to see so many excited young startups here with outstanding commitment and passion to what you are doing. And we are really excited that already last year, the Austrian Angel Investors Association, together with the Austrian startups, brought the World Cup here to Vienna, and that we are now able to have you here already the second time within the Vienna Up. But why, you might wonder why the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber is so keen on having startups here. Because it's important. Because we have a vision that we want to create a really prospering ecosystem of startups here in Austria. We want to be known as startup-friendly country, and we want to have hundreds of successful startups at the end, each and every year, bringing growth to Austria, bringing talents and ideas to Austria, because we are facing enormous challenges. No matter if you think about the last 2 years, about the COVID pandemic, or now the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, I think we have a lot of challenges we need to face, and we need a lot of creative founders to really tackle all these challenges. And some of our members, because we are representing the startups, the founders, up to stock-listed companies, so really large companies, but for sure not as fast as you companies. So we really need your ideas, your creativity, the speedboats you offer to really be able to have this entrepreneurial thinking, the talents we need, and to then bring Austria to a successful, even more competitive country that we are at the moment. But for all this, how can we assist you as Austrian Federal Economic Chamber? Because some of you might not be that familiar who we are actually. So let me bring you some of the ideas. Our job basically is that you as founder, as startup, have an easy life. That you can easily found a company, that we reduce the burden and especially the bureaucracy. Austria might be famous in some of the circles, and then you can concentrate on your business. And so our job as Austrian Federal Economic Chamber is to negotiate basically with the government and with the stakeholder that you can easily bring business, you can easily bring your ideas then into real products. But what does this mean in concrete? To really support you in growing as fast as possible and that you can, as fast as possible, bring your products not only to Austria, but hopefully to the worldwide market. Because, and this is key, growth always comes when you are in time with the trends that might influence the challenges we need to tackle and might influence the world in the future. So discovering these trends as early as possible and then really make a product or a service out of it. And these trends might not be that obvious, because if I remember me as little girl, some of you might do not even know CD players anymore, but this CD player really was one of the things where you can listen to really nice music a couple of years ago, and then the iPod came, and it was totally different. Same thing with social media. I think Facebook you all have, but I don't know how many of you still use Facebook. There are a couple of other social media channels in the meantime, and you all saw that some trends can grow and then can suddenly disappear again, like Clubhouse over the last summer. So you really need to be fast in discovering these trends and then make as much business out of it as possible. But what all these innovations and technologies have in common, that they really drive change in the past decades. And this change is necessary because it influences how we do business in the future and how we do innovation in the future. And this is where all of you come in, because we really need this innovation. So what can we learn out of these innovations we face is that it's all about mindset. You need to trust in yourself, in your ideas, in what you think might be successful, how your future market might look like, and this mindset, and this is one of our jobs as Austrian Federal Economic Chamber as well, this mindset you need to really start growing right in the kindergarten. So entrepreneurial thinking and mindset cannot be as early as possible, so this is really necessary to be in every curriculum, and this is what we fight for at the moment with the Austrian government, really starting in kindergarten already. Second thing is, and this you experience as well, that universities are not so innovation friendly. Some of the scientists do not know what a business plan is, have a lot of research, but do not think about if this research then can end up in a product. So this is what we need to work as well on. And the third thing, and this is as important as the two others, is that really connecting all of you globally, because unfortunately Austria is a small country, and the market in Austria might not be big enough for your growth potential, and so we need to connect. And this is what we try with hosting the Startup World Cup here in Austria, because you can learn always the best from others and to learn how others, what the ideas of others are, and then put it into your product and service, and this might help. So how can we now help to transform your ideas, your might have, your competences really in growing business? And that's what it is all about. And this is where our head of startup service comes into place, Cambis. I don't know, most of you might know him, because we decided, okay, we are really good in servicing the founders, we are really good in supporting internationalization, but as I mentioned, we are not a really young organization, so we try to have one person who understands what you need, and this is our head of startup service, who can help you with our subsidiaries to really think about what legal form might be the right one for your business when you are in the process of founding, how to set up the team, how to think about how you can close your first funding round, or for example, what about trade law, patent, and all this. This is our service to you in the founding phase. We have with Advantage Austria a network all over the world in 70 countries. They can assist you as well with your internationalization. No matter if you want to go with one of our products to go Silicon Valley, for example, or go Asia, where we offer you 4 to 6 weeks in a country where we have our staff, where we have the expertise, and then they can discover with you if this market might fit to your business model and might be your first export market. And of course, all the political negotiations, we try to make your life easier, especially with the founding, talent access. You all search for talents, I'm pretty sure. This is a really huge issue in Austria, or as well, we really attract private venture capital, because with risk capital here in Austria, we are not as good as we should be to really foster your growth and help you in growing as fast as possible. But this is just a short overview how we can help you and assist you, but actually we are here to celebrate you. So enough of the talking. Congratulations to all you as finalists. You made it to the final round, so you can be already really proud of you, because you're serving the society no matter if with your product or service. So I really cross my fingers to all of you. I'm really curious who is then the winner, and I'm confident, and this would be the hope, that maybe the future unicorns are in the room already. And I wish you all the best for becoming the global champions. And let's stay connected, and whatever we can do for you, we stay at your service, and hopefully we can help you with growing and discovering the world with your products and services.
Thank you very much, Mariana Kühnel. And thank you so much also for providing us with that stage and that opportunity. Thank you very much for also making that opportunity work. So no pressure on you. We'll be expecting at least one future unicorn. And the best way to start it is to connect now until 6 o'clock, and then we'll be announcing the winners. Thank you very much, Mariana. Thank you very much. Don't go far. See you shortly. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you very much. That worked well. I like that. So first of all, I'd like to apologize that we are slightly later, but you know, that's how it is when you have great pitching. We are going to be announcing the winners shortly, and yeah, very much looking forward to that. The interesting thing is just one thing, just for the record, there is one startup, Cambis, there's one startup where you did not vote because you have invested in it, right? Which startup did you not vote for? ARTI. So just in case this one who said, oh, he's invested, it's all rigged. No. No. He said that. He said he's invested. He did not vote there, so no complaining later on. If you want to complain now, you can complain. In 3, 2, 1, done. 100% of the audience is happy with that. That's how democracies work. They're beautiful, aren't they? Yes, 100% of you have the same opinion as I have. Let's move on. Sorry, you know, my inner 12-year-old sometimes comes out. So what we're going to do now is we're going to announce the different categories. We're going to make this short and sweet, so I want a lot of applause when we announce them. Cool thing is I actually don't know who they are. We're going to award the first 4 different categories. Then out of those 4 categories, we're going to announce an overall winner. And we're going to start with the category of Digital Health and BioTech. And for that, I'd like to ask Werner to join me on stage. Give it up for Werner. I believe it's that one.
Right,
I think.
Great. So, we had a big discussion. We loved the Nespresso technology of Revive. We loved also the human AI platform of Amb Technology, but there's one left. We decided for Clir. So please come up. Great. So, because we really loved your use case, and I think you're addressing a main issue with a large target group worldwide, with great technology. So, we come up to you.
Thank you very much.
I hand you over this wonderful pokal. So
Thanks. And thank you very much for voting.
I mean, now's your chance to say how you feel and how you're going to create world domination.
I feel utterly ecstatic. I don't know what to say. I'm out of words.
You've received your drink.
Thank you very much.
Good, you'll need that. Well done. Congratulations to Clir Technologies.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to keep the 2 of you on stage, because I'd like to keep all 4 winners on stage. You could stay as well. It's a great place from here, isn't it? So you just kind of shift over a little bit, slightly. Marvelous. And now we'd like to hand over the next award, and that's the Smart City Award. And for that, I need Claudia to join me on stage. Claudia, there she is. Well, let's see. That one. It's well prepared, isn't it?
Perfect. And it was a hard decision. It was a big discussion we had, but overall we had to decide for a winner. So we went for a solution, especially in the very big topic of smart city, where we see big future coming up. We decided for a scalable solution with a lot of use cases we find, and this is ARTI robot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, now look, I have to ask you, how do you feel? But maybe tell us something interesting. What does that mean? Where you're going to put it?
I'll guess with the team, discuss where we'll place it. Probably we need some special shelf in our place. So we'll see. I'll let you know.
As long as it's not, yeah. Please, yeah, send us a picture. Both of you should. Send us a nice picture with a hashtag on it. We want to see where you put this. No pressure, but that's an amazing award. No. They're not going to put it where some of you are suggesting. I have robot ears. Don't put it there. Don't. Good, marvelous. Give it up one more time for ARTI.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to the category of social and climate impact, and for that I need Pascal to join us on stage, please.
I have the microphone. So, we had a long discussion at first because we had 3 amazing startups here. First of all, Uptraded, who is revolutionizing the whole thinking about clothes. Then on next, we had Waybro, who has a huge, huge social impact. But in the end, we had to go with Lignovations because they are revolutionizing a whole new market with a huge, huge climate impact. So please come up stage.
Congratulations. I bet you know what I'm going to ask you, but tell us something different.
What do you want to know?
I don't know.
Okay, so I hope you liked the story about Lignin, and also thanks for the award and for voting. And if you want to learn more or just have a chat, I'll be here for a bit, so just look for the sunscreen.
And I do have one more question. Because now you're suggesting the audience should be looking at other people's derrieres, which is obviously not a good thing to do in these days. So tell us a little bit, what's the next step for your company? What's going to happen after having a terrible hangover tomorrow?
Well, first there's going to be another day to survive. And then, yeah, we are building our production facility, as I said, until the end of the year. So if all goes well, we'll go into the market at the beginning of next year. So that's going to be quite exciting for us.
Marvelous. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well done.
Right.
And now, yes, we're moving on to the final category of FinTech and InsurTech. Yeah, Franz, good to have you on stage as well. Give it up for Franz, please. Obviously, it's this one, so yeah.
I mean, it was a tough race, and we had a huge discussion. It was rather clear who did not make it. It is Sophia, and the reason was we were not clear how the claim management works, right? And if you get from claim management, from digitalization into hand work, it's not digitalization anymore. It gets complicated. So what was left was PAM and Monkee. And we decided for PAM because Monkee is far ahead the road, right? They are already too far developed for our opinion, right? And PAM, what we liked in PAM is the scalability of the product, right? You have a very, very high concentration in the ticketing market. I think the top 10 are making 90% of the turnover. When you get, 1, 2, 3 of them, right, you have a huge market share. The second thing is the low cost. It's really, really low cost compared to a print-out ticket. The third thing is you can even extend the business model to other fields than ticketing. And the fourth, let me forget, is, of course, blockchain. We love the technology. Congratulations.
Well done. The award there.
Big Bam.
Congratulations.
Big Bam.
That was a long announcement, wasn't it?
Yes. He pitched us the solution.
And I have to give some credits to you, Daniel, because you were one of our first pitch trainers. It was a long journey till then.
Thank you. But you've grown far. You've done it well. Thank you so much. Tell us a bit about your future steps.
Tomorrow after the hangover, most probably most of the team is here today, the core team. I think we start being awesome tomorrow in the morning again.
Well done. Thank you very much. Give it up to all 4 winners tonight. Thank you. And now we'll announce the final winner. And for that, I need help. Come along, my friend. Give it up for Canvas. Would you like to keep them in the corner? Do you want to have them more centered?
No, I think it's okay. Keep them in the corner. Yeah.
Well done.
So yeah, we are concluding our Startup World Cup Austria final. It was a great event. Thank you for all the startups. Also those who are not right now staying here. All of you are doing a great job, so keep up and continue your great work, okay? Because we all need your products. So it was a very difficult decision. It was not so easy. We had some discussions and we were thinking, okay, potentially, where do we see the biggest impact in terms of like across different industries? What can be really revolutionizing? Because we often hear this word, yeah, we're revolutionizing this market, the product, and so on. So we're thinking and arguing a lot, and we have chosen in the end. And I mean, as you can see, I have here some sheet of paper inside. Okay, we're doing like in the startup way. So maybe we can like stamp on the on the ground.
Sure.
Yeah,
Do you want the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this.
Wait. Stop. When I do like this, you stamp. Try it out. Like, and then when I do that, you stop and you announce it.
Perfect. Let's
okay,
do
no
this.
pressure.
Okay.
We'll just test it once.
Test it once.
Way too liberal. Again. Okay.
They're getting tired.
Ready?
Okay, ready. Okay. So, the final winner is very professionally, as you can see. I don't know if you read it. It's Lignovation.
Congratulations,
a big fan zone here for you.
All right, I got to say something. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can only repeat myself. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the opportunity and for what this means. I'm really looking forward to what's ahead. And yeah, let's celebrate. Let's have a good time. And I'm looking forward to talks to some of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. So, I still need you a bit.
All right, okay.
The others, we also all need you as society and so on. Now it's just the part where you start with your work, go build amazing companies. I need that gentleman for 3 more minutes. So give it up to all the 3 other ones. Congratulations again on winning tonight. Well done. Thank you very much. And now go away. Thank you very much. Well done. Like in Monaco, I'm happy it's you. They always say it to every winner. But I'm happy it's you.
Yeah, I think it's the shirt.
It's probably the shirt and the sunscreen in your bum pack. Anyhow, Claudia, I believe you still have an award to hand out because you're getting a shit ton of awards now.
Ooh,
yes, a lot.
It's also a special prize from A1. So maybe you need the cloud in the future for your solution. So there's a voucher from the Exoscale, the Austrian cloud solution from A1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, you'll need a lot of space. Now find a place for that because with the next award, Pascal's on the ready already. Yeah, dude.
So
now,
you
no pressure.
will also get another prize. First of all, it's just symbolic. The big prize is that you get a free workshop in marketing and LinkedIn worth 5,000 euros from us.
Wow,
thank you. Enjoy it, and here are some Microsoft products and some marketing things.
The whole Microsoft.
I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. I'd just like to thank the jury again. Well done again. Thank you so much. We know it's a hard job, but someone has to do it. And now we'll get more people to join us on stage because we've got even more awards coming up. The next award is from TPA. And I need for that Christian Oberkleiner to join us on stage. There you are. Hang on, I will have to share that microphone. Hey there, give it up to me. There you go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Christian Oberkleiner. I'm tax partner at TPA. TPA is one of the leading tax advisory companies of Austria. We have 14 locations in Austria with 700 employees, and we are in 12 countries in South and Central Eastern Europe with up to 1,700 employees. But 40 years ago, we started as a startup too. We were 2 people, and now we are 1,700. So it's a challenge for you. What I like to say, what we do for startups, we have a new website launched. It is called the Innovative Startup Support, isus.at. You can find there tax advice and financial advice and how to set up your company. I would be glad if you'd look at this website and give us feedback on this, or give us feedback on our social media channels. But now I like to say the price is a tax advisory package with a value of 3,333. This is because of the VAT in Austria. And you're welcome. Here you are.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And what I would additionally like to say is that all other winners of the 4 categories, they get this voucher too. So you get another one for your winning the category, and all the others, they will get it afterwards then. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you. Yeah, I still need to keep you. We have more awards coming up. I'd like to get Gabriele Tatzberger, there you are, of the Vienna Business Agency on stage. We have a second microphone for you. Hey there.
So congratulations also from our side, from the Vienna Business Agency. I also would like to thank the organizers of today, because I'm very proud that for the second time it's part of Vienna Up. So this is 1 out of 60 events taking place just now here in Vienna, and we are very proud that also Startup World Cup Austria is part of it. So thanks for that. And for you as a winner, the aim of Vienna Up is really to connect internationally and to show also the world the competence we have here in Austria. And that's why we would like to give you 5,000 euros in order to travel to Silicon Valley and make it at the finals in Silicon Valley and get the money. You know?
Thank you so much. There's a picture there and a picture there. Thank you very much, Gabi. And we also have another award for you, and that's from Jet Growth, where you get all the necessary learnings and so on to get you prepared for that. When all the trainings, that was Jasper, you've met him before, who's done all the trainings for today. So you also got everything that you need there. He's obviously also prepared the other 12. That gentleman there, he's somewhere at the back, I think, just wait. There you are. So thank you very much for providing all the teams with great training, and of course, making even the best out of him on top. So no pressure on you. And yeah, well done. We have another award. That was crazy. It's a long list. I couldn't even be bothered to write it down. I was like, yeah, I'll just take the page. There's so many awards. I'd like to get the head of scale-ups at the Außenwirtschaft Austria to join me. That's Renate Schnut. There you are. Please. Please join us on stage. Hey there.
Hi there.
Hi. Nice to meet you. And there's a microphone.
I have a mic already. So yeah, it's an extraordinary achievement. Congratulations once again, also from my side. So you're not only going to pitch on September 13th. So this is, of course, the official pitching, but you're also qualifying for our new Go USA program. Yeah, so this is quite something, I would say. Yeah, very briefly, my name is Renate Schnut. I'm head of scale-ups at Außenwirtschaft Austria, and together with my colleagues, we're kicking off a new season of the program we had for more than 12 years. We were supporting more than 140 companies, and now we are launching a totally new regional approach, and you are going to be one of the very, very first ones for our first cohort there. Yeah. So let's have a look.
Thank you.
My colleagues are joining us remotely, so Daniel and Victoria from our offices in San Francisco and in New York.
Thank you, Renate, so much. And Servus here from the heart of San Francisco, directly from the galvanized co-working space that we have been calling home for the past 5 years, and some of you hopefully will call home also for a month in October 2022. My name is Daniel Zawachinski, and I'm the Austrian Trade Commissioner, as well as the co-director of Open Austria.
Also from New York. My name is Victoria Riedl, and I'm responsible for startups and innovation at the Advantage Austria office here in New York City.
In the past 12 years, more than 170 incredible Austrian startups have been accelerated through the Go Silicon Valley program. Their ideas have been challenged. They had to pivot their business model. Some of them raised and others built lasting partnerships. But one thing all of them really have in common, they all share the Silicon Valley mindset.
In the last couple of years, even before the pandemic, the startup and tech ecosystem in the US was flourishing and changing. To go with the time and deliver the most valuable initiative for our Austrian startups, we have decided to branch out and transform the Go Silicon Valley program into a US-wide initiative. Focusing on the tech hotspots such as MedTech in Boston, FinTech and B2B in New York, and software and Web3 in San Francisco. Therefore, we are more than excited to announce the very first Go USA cohort. 20 exciting Austrian startups that convinced our expert jury will venture out for up to 4 weeks this September and October, San Francisco, Boston, and New York.
Starting already in June, the 20 selected startups will be matched with mentors from our network so that they can prepare themselves through the summer already for their trip into the US. Once they arrive here, they will participate in the first 2 weeks in intense workshops that will also focus on teaching them everything they need to know about starting up in the US and scaling globally. After that, for 2 more weeks, we will focus on building long-lasting partnerships, introducing them to clients, and really settling here in the areas in Europe, Boston, and in San Francisco. I hope that sounds good to you.
I think that sounds amazing. Now let's not wait any longer and hand back to our colleague Renate on stage in Vienna. We're thrilled to have all of you here in the US soon with us. And even if you didn't apply for the Go USA program, please do not hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions or if we can be of any help for you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Daniel. What a great digest of what you're expecting in the upcoming weeks and months. But of course, with great pride, we also would like to announce the whole cohort, and I think we should do another drum roll, you know? I mean, training the hip flexors.
Sure, if you like. Let's move into the light. You want a drum roll? Okay.
Yeah. So for New York, the participants are Monkee, Mad Discover, Ondivo, or the Lion, Presono, and Trality. So this is the cohort for New York. So for the Boston program, the following startups impressed our judges. So we have Biome Diagnostics, or Biome Diagnostics, so I'm not 100% sure about that. Eduration, Probando, Steady Sense. And finally, for the 30th time, hopefully a lucky number, the cohort for the San Francisco program are Elvery, Aurox, Clir, Nuvo, Optonia, Pet8, Plasmix, Sign D Identity, Smart Melts, and Weibo Sports. Here we go. Yeah, congratulations again. We are very excited to have you there onboarding our program. And yeah, we are happy to welcome you on the different spots we prepared for you.
And thank you for all the goodies you had to bring in. Thank you very much, Renate.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, you're going places, brother. I'm happy for you. No pressure, but like they want you to succeed. Make it work. It's all about the shirt, as you already said. Don't never take it off. They won't let you in country with that. Anyhow, congratulations, Victor.
Thank you.
Very well done.
Thanks.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. You'll have to collect it later on. Yeah, that's even harder. You'll have to build a big shelf on that. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, you could leave it there for the moment and then... Yeah, take the bag. Microsoft is happy.
He's setting priorities. No, he's not. Yeah, you had him. However, it's been a pleasure. Before I say anything more insulting, I'd like to thank you very much and ask the ladies that started this beautiful venue a couple hours earlier back on stage. So good to have you here again. Laura and Hannah. There they are. Give it up for them one final time. Wait. Your hands are going to hurt. It's going to take a second. There they are!
Yeah, thank you all for an amazing Startup World Cup 2022. For the second time, it was possible to get to the point where we have a winner. So this September, we will go as well to Silicon Valley and have 2 winners in our package, more or less. So hopefully one of them will also succeed at high ranks at the international finale. And yeah, there are a little more thank yous I need to say at that point. First of all, thank you to the jury for being here, being with us, also for the pre-events. We traveled through Austria, more or less, and had 3 different stops already before. Thank you all for being part of this, for judge, and also for being entertaining, which is also most important. Thank you to all startups who participated, also to them who registered for Startup World Cup. It's about you in the end, and we're really happy that a lot of them got to this point, got here to the event, or also joined the pre-events. And well, there is one really special thank you. It's to our amazing team. We have Sarah here, who was part of the organizing team. Please come to the stage from the AIA, and Ipek from the Austrian startup side. The 2 ladies organized the whole event here and also the pre-event, so really thank you for doing this, for being strong.
Absolutely. You guys? I think the microphone. Now?
Maybe just switch the microphones.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good point. Being agile. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you a lot. Also, thank you to the rest of the team, everyone who is here today and supported us and came with us to the pre-events. You guys are amazing. The evening is not yet over. We have some food outdoors. There's an open bar until 10 and a DJ. So stay with us, network. There are lots of investors, startups in the room. Make sure you use this opportunity to be back in person and have the possibility to build long-lasting connections. Have a beautiful evening, enjoy it, and see you later on the bar. And one very last big thank you to our amazing host, Daniel Cronin. Please give it up one more time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you to the 2 of you. Thank you very much for coming along. Bye-bye. Thank you.